Call the meeting to order. We have everyone in attendance with Councillor Jolly and Bermansky virtual. And we have a motion. I need a motion.
Yep.
That was fast.
I got changed seats and I'm all of a sudden I'm faster.
All right.
The June 11th, 2024 agenda be adopted as presented.
Perfect. All those in favor? Carried. All right. And the minutes. Oh no, we're going to do appointments first. So I have Suzanne Clemens. Is Suzanne must be online? Okay. Suzanne, do you want to wait till we get to the actual agenda item, which is the first thing on the agenda before you speak?
Good morning. It's Suzanne Clemens speaking. Sorry, could you please repeat yourself? I'm having audio issues too, besides getting into the Zoom. Thank you.
So, Suzanne, are you here to speak to the volunteer opportunity initiatives, or are you just here to answer questions?
Just to answer questions.
Okay, all right, well then we'll get to you in a sec. I also have I know Peter from the library. Do you want to wait till we get to that agenda item before you speak, or do you want to speak now?
It was whatever you like.
Okay, why don't we wait? Might be, well. Yeah, it might be a while. It's gonna be a long one. Yeah.
But yes.
Okay, well,
Back to my office.
Pardon?
I can go back to my office.
Can I come back when we
Yeah.
get to that agenda item? Okay. All right, do you want me to text her or something?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that.
Or Cheryl.
Okay, yeah, or probably an email. All right, but we do have this public school board trustees. We have Cheyenne Lavelle-Crouse. We don't have Kim Armstrong.
Yes.
Is Kim here?
No.
No, I didn't.
I thought you were quicker over there. You need to see the
We
audience.
also- Christy Rose is in her stead, I guess. So you guys are not speaking to anything on our agenda, so I'll invite you to come up here now and give us your presentation.
Right there.
Yeah, you can sit down if you want. It's up to you.
I don't want to take anybody's chair.
Presenter.
Okay, perfect. Good morning.
Morning.
We are here in follow-up to the May 6th joint city council and school boards meeting, as well as our capital plan presentation on May 21st. And at both of those meetings, we expressed a desire to collaborate on some joint advocacy. And so we would like to follow up with that. We would also like to start again, our chair, Kim Armstrong, sends her regrets this morning. She also asked that we pass along a thank you for the invitation that we received to the Community Voices Shared Choices budget engagement that's taking place next week. We will be delighted to be there and participate. We've got definitely some ideas about some ways that we could engage together in some joint advocacy and have a list of topics that we think would be of interest and are keen to maybe plan some next steps on that. Real Property Governance Act was one that is certainly, we had written to the Minister of Education and have received a response from the Minister of Infrastructure in regards to what this is going to look like in a school board context and as well as the broader community. That response came just following our capital plan presentation. And so we think there's a definite opportunity to discuss some of the points that were made in that response. Community infrastructure needs, things that our students and families definitely enjoy together, as well as have some challenges around funding of them, like aquatics and playgrounds and recreation facilities. And that certainly aligns with your strategic priority around community well-being. FCSS is one. We've done some advocacy from our board to our provincial association around that. Similarly, school site allocation and servicing. That is absolutely a hot topic for us with our growing student enrollment and the growing community as a whole. Possibly an education session around the education property tax, as well as perhaps a joint community campaign around kindness. And we were just discussing this last week, and several of our schools have the Roots of Empathy program that is run by volunteers. And they made a really great point about being a responsible citizen in adulthood starts in childhood. And when children understand that their actions affect others, they are more likely to operate with a lens of empathy. And so we see an additional opportunity there as well. At our joint meeting on May the 6th, we talked a little bit about anti-racism, and I think that would also be a topic of interest as well. So we would love to hear any feedback on if you anticipate there might be any barriers to plan some initiatives going forward. You have anything to add, Trustee LaBelle-Krause?
I mean, one of the things, obviously, when it comes to the Municipal Governments Act, specifically the Reserve Land Agreement, I think that this affects many of the urban municipalities. Specifically, we have had multiple conversations on it. And I know in the past, Mayor Perrin, you had actually brought more clarification on wanting to know the difference between 10 to 15%. And unfortunately, they kiboshed the extra 5%. So I feel like this is something that we could work together on to plan accordingly for 15%. But there's never the stress of not having proper site allocations for the future schools that are needed. And I know that we have basically John Allen expresses how he make a t-shirt that says, ask me about my 18 acres in the Northeast, and to walk around and ask for that. And I think when it comes to the anti-racism piece, I recently was at the College of Alberta School Superintendents, and there was a speaker who was a former chief in Cowanis First Nation in Ontario. And he had said, we are all inherited this. Nobody alive today created the Indian Act. Nobody alive today created residential schools. Nobody alive today created reserves or the 60 scoop. But we're in this together, and we have to be able to work together, even if it's uncomfortable, to end the racism piece. And I don't think that just speaks for racism to our Indigenous community members, but I also think it speaks to other ethnic groups that have also faced their challenges within this community.
Is there any questions?
Well, first of all, I think it's a good idea to try to align some of our advocacy stuff. Which I used to teach Roots of Empathy. I do love it. It's a great program. I just got invited to the wrap up at Joe Dem.
Oh, on Thursday, yes.
But I can't go. I have an Edmonton Global meeting, but it is a great program, and I obviously love it. But quick question about, you said an education session on education property taxes.
We picture it to be somewhat of a Mythbusters session in terms of, of course, I'm sure your tax and assessment departments are probably run off their feet answering inquiries right now that with tax assessment or with the levies being coming due here pretty soon. And just we feel like there's a real misconception out there in terms of what is collected in your community flowing back into your community through your school boards. And so we think there's a real opportunity there to discuss what that really looks like and break it down a bit. And
Don't know, Bill, do we have what major when people call about their taxes?
Something comes
Explain it
typically in-
What education?
In general, the level of fidelity about how that flows in the province's decisions is kind of not our balance.
Yeah, but just
Oh, yeah.
explain, like,
In fact, I think it's clearly delineated, the split.
it is on. Separated out on the.
So no is the answer,
I
Mayor.
wonder if- Even if there's a web page, we could just link people to.
One of the other things we've also realized and faced in our challenge, or as a challenge within our division, is the misconception that when you declare whether you are Catholic or Protestant, that people think it goes specifically to the schools in the division.
Make that declaration?
Yeah.
It's still, yeah, and so even though it
It's in
hasn't
the
been
act.
used, it's still in the act, and even though we now know all funds go into
General.
the general student foundation fund, that it follows where the students go regardless of what they declare. Yes, and people still to this day think if they declare Catholic or if they declare public or Protestant, that it will go.
When should we declare it? I haven't actually.
When you,
When the property transfers,
I guess I'll find out when I just bought a new house.
congratulations.
Doing that then? Like, why did they ask for it? Is there any reason other than just like, wanna know?
Great question.
I believe it's a constitutional thing on the Catholic side.
Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. So my question about education property taxes to you guys is, as a municipality, and most municipalities are advocating for the Minister of Municipal Affairs to follow through, which in mandate letter, which is something the premier had pushed during her campaign for leadership, was to reevaluate or allow municipalities to keep that education side of the property tax money, which for St. Albert would be a huge
Right?
huge plus.
So that's,
And we actually have a resolution coming to Alberta municipalities about that this fall. But I haven't really heard how school boards feel about that. Cause I mean, I don't think it would change your funding because you were funded. But there might be an opinion out there. And when I asked the Minister of Municipal Affairs, he said he did not want to do it because he didn't want to go to war with the Catholic School Board. And I think it's the same thing. It's in the federal constitution that something about the Catholic School Board and funding, but not really understanding it.
and our provincial association met with him just in mid-May as well, and there was a similar message from him at that time, but there is a perfect example of where some joint advocacy would be really
Well, if
beneficial.
you would be on side with that, because what do we collect in education property taxes? It's probably in the background or
Maybe
the,
some.
I think it was in the 40s now, wasn't it?
Values?
Oh, the dollars? I'd have to.
It's okay. I'm
It's a
gonna
little
guess,
bit.
I mean, it's over 30 million, right? So we
I
received,
need to say 34.
Might be, yeah.
Yeah,
and we received back from the province around 7 or 8. So if we could keep all of that,
wouldn't that be swell? Yeah.
I'd give up my infrastructure grants. and-
This goes back to our continuing on how right now the weighted moving average affects our school division. So any school division that's growing, it takes 3 full years for students to actually be funded. So the first year, we get 50% of funding as of September 30th enrollment. Year 2, we'll get 50% plus 30% from the prior year. And then year 3, we will get 50%, 30%, and then 20%. So if a child leaves our school division, we actually lose that money that could have been funded for the first year they were in grade 1 or grade 2. And then if we have a student that actually joins our school division after September 30th, there now is some funding coming in, but still limited to what we actually need. So
Yet
we
the whole
currently
kid
run in a
is in the
deficit.
seat at
Yeah,
school.
so we
right?
don't get half a student the first year.
Yeah.
And then 70, look at my pen just blew up because it was so frustrated about the weighted average.
So, and you throw in the choice in education priority throughout the province where, you know, that funding is funding 70% of private schools, right? And don't know of many private schools in this city. So I think it would be really worthwhile.
Yeah, it's 36.1, but that was fast. So
Yeah, I knew there was a 4 somewhere.
Pardon?
I mean, and
Yes. What did you
you
say?
get back?
It's 24%,
is it down? Did you say?
24%, but I'd have, how much did we get back?
I'm just thinking MSC versus LGFF is around 7 something this year.
Yeah, 8.
That's our infrastructure, right? So. All right, I'm not sure how the real property governance act affects the city, does it?
It affects the city insofar as it affects, elements within the city. It's marginal in terms of its impact on us based on initial discussion. I don't know, Adrian, if you and the team have any additional context there.
I could chime in a little
Yeah.
there in that the response we received from the infrastructure minister, certainly to our division, our greatest fear was confirmed in that when the regulations are rolled out, there a growing school division is going to need more schools, not fewer, and we will essentially become the tenant of any future schools. So really, the school sites and such as are determined through with the JUPA is really going to be between infrastructure and the city going forward. So that's pretty concerning to us in that we are essentially no longer
The owner.
the owner.
Any other questions? Good, guys, I'm monopolized. No, you're good. Can't see now.
Just the mechanics of, sorry, Mayor,
Go ahead.
just the
No,
mechanics of how you envision it. Would you work that through the JUPA itself, or would you want something less formal where you would just say ad hoc kind of get together on these three? I'm just trying to see how you would envision working this.
Well, I think, yeah, if we could start with a focused governance level discussion
Okay.
on, what would be the priorities in terms of topics that we want to hit on and develop some correspondence to the respective ministers, I think would be a great place to start.
Yeah, it's great to get together and talk, but I think there just has to be some guidelines, rules, processes. I don't know, just
I think we
eat on a patio somewhere.
Right. And I think we heard from our counterparts at the sister school
Yeah.
division that they were interested as well.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I can just see this getting large because then you would want to have to bring in the francophone. Absolute system, and I always have the MCS. I never can remember this entire title.
Yeah.
So I apologize to them if they're listening in. But yeah, so yeah, so I don't know how we start that.
Why not, we could, instead of having all of council and all of school boards, like, we do one or two of us, like a subcommittee, into maybe.
Yeah, no,
See from our council, invite the Catholic school board, see if they want to participate, and then, okay, that might be the best, instead of going through them now. So I wrote them all down, and they're all really good. School site allocation is the 15 versus 10%. I think it's dead. Just dead. Just listening to the province now, they seem to have the ear of the development community more than the municipalities. So, but we'll keep trying. The servicing relates a lot to what we're already doing at operating municipalities from Lethbridge. But even if it's a letter to the two ministers or 3 or 4 different ministers outlining a few things. So I won't put my council on the spot right now to volunteer to sit on a committee, but unless there is a volunteer.
Well, we're going to be talking about community structure.
Yeah, and then we'll maybe just give you guys a phone call and organize something.
That would be great.
Having our own council advocacy parties come to us in a couple weeks. Yeah, so let's see how they pair up. Yeah. Any other questions, guys?
No, totally.
I don't see any at home. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys do the Roots of Empathy thing?
Great.
Will you be at the Roots of Empathy year-end party? If anyone wants to go on Mike's deck, it's this Thursday at 4.
4 o'clock, yes.
Super fun. And there's babies there. So. Okay,
School was that?
so Joe Demko. All right, I need a motion to approve the minutes from May 14th.
No, you two minutes.
Can
we just put on the screen?
Just say minutes.
If I hear your voice, I go.
Okay.
Minutes are-
That sending committee the whole minutes from May 14th be adopted as presented.
All right, call for the vote. And whatever the missions, we're good. All right, now let's get into volunteer opportunity awareness initiatives. Shannon? You are? You're good. You're gonna do a presentation, I assume? Okay, and then we'll go to Suzanne to see if she wants to add anything, and then council, so go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Shannon, pronouns she, her. I am the Youth Asset Development Coordinator with FCSS and also the staff liaison for the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm here to present an update on the Youth and Seniors Advisory Committee Volunteer Awareness and Initiatives Motion. We also have the Senior Advisory Committee Chair, Suzanne Clements, is online or on the phone. To my right, we have Tricia Boonstra, who is the staff liaison for the Seniors Advisory Committee, and across from me, we have Linda Knobloch, FCSS Manager, and Elizabeth Wilkie, Director of Community Services. You are welcome to ask any questions throughout the presentation, should you have any. So getting right into things, the original motion passed on August 15th, 2023, states that administration provides to council recommended volunteer opportunities, awareness initiatives, and/or programs to encourage increased volunteer participation. The recommended initiatives are to be spearheaded by the advisory committee, with the seniors advisory committee providing additional insight and feedback. Whoa. Whoa. That really large and really tiny. The recommendations would be implemented and championed throughout the committees with an annual operating budget of up to $15,000 per year. So administration interpreted this motion as an opportunity to engage with both of the committees and lead discussions to gain insights and to learn more about the current state of volunteerism in St. Albert from their perspectives, and to discuss what opportunities, programs, initiatives may be suitable or of interest for the committees to then support, implement, and champion. The motion was discussed at YAC, Youth Advisory Committee, with liaison support over the course of 4 meetings, so in September and November of 2023 and January and February of this year. And then finally, the Youth Advisory Committee's recommendation was voted on in March. And that motion states that the Youth Advisory Committee recommends to administration that the volunteer opportunities, awareness initiatives, and/or programs be spearheaded by administration, and that the Youth Advisory Committee advises and provides feedback on those initiatives and programs. So although the Youth Advisory Committee was excited to share their personal volunteer experience and provide their feedback on volunteerism in general, they felt they did not have the capacity to develop programs, implement, or evaluate them. So for the Seniors Advisory Committee at the October 2023 meeting, they discussed what motivates them to volunteer and some of their current trends. They anticipated meeting with the Youth Advisory Committee in 2024 to advise and provide feedback on their ideas. However, they were notified about the YAC motion at their March meeting and spent their time sharing their insights on volunteer awareness ideas. So the Youth Advisory Committee shared their insights as to what is needed to increase youth volunteerism, especially when it comes to recruitment. The application process should be clearly outlined so that youth are able to know whether or not the position and roles are right for them right from the get-go. They need to know what's in it for them. Their time is limited between school, extracurricular activities, navigating friendships, relationships, and home life. So they need to know ahead of time what they're going to get out of by volunteering their time. The unknown can be a huge deterrent for youth for volunteering their time. So are they going to get a written reference? Will the hours be logged? Is there going to be hands-on training, or is there any sort of mentorship involved? What are they going to learn? What can they add onto their resumes for jobs in general, or as well as like post-secondary applications or scholarships? So having answers to these types of questions on the application page or a volunteer page would help alleviate some of the unknownness and some participation anxiety. They also suggested having a navigation support to search for those volunteer opportunities, as well as to help with the application process. Yeah, called this a volunteer matchmaker, and I think that'd be beneficial. So both of the committees provided similar feedback in terms of how to identify volunteer opportunities in St. Albert. The first was to utilize the Gazette with a regular feature in the newspaper that could showcase local organizations that are actively looking for and recruiting both long-term and short-term volunteers. They also felt there was an opportunity for there to be a central location available for opportunities with consistent details about the roles, responsibilities, expectations, time requirements, skills required, etc. To expand on that, we currently have a city webpage for those that are part of the St. Albert and area volunteer managers group that links directly to those participating social profit agencies, but it does not go into detail as suggested. A more coordinated effort for both internal and external volunteer opportunities would be a great option to increase awareness. So even though this motion was directed to the Youth and Senior Advisory Committee, it is still important to note that the promotion and support of volunteerism are essential requirements for within the FCSS accountability framework, as they enhance community connectedness, social inclusion, and resilience through primary and secondary prevention strategies. These efforts help build stronger and more cohesive communities capable of addressing and mitigating broader social issues. The Community Social Needs Assessment identified the following trends for volunteerism, and that was found on attachment 5.1. So out of the 37 stakeholders and partners that responded, 44% of them identified that there is an issue with both recruiting and maintaining volunteers. However, 64% of the 1,547 respondents from the public said that someone in their household volunteered locally within the last year. And for the youth respondents, 57% they said volunteered in the last 2 years, and 64% of seniors said they volunteered as well. So when asked what prevents you or someone in your household from volunteering, only 22% respondents answered being unaware of the opportunities, which was third to nothing preventing them, and being too busy or at capacity was at 2%. Health and other reasons round out the top 5. And the current phase of the assessment includes prioritizing work and identifying opportunities. These will then be brought to the volunteer managers group for discussion. And the volunteer managers group is a group of local organizations who meet bi-monthly to share resources and tools and professional development opportunities. So as outlined in the presentation, the Youth and Seniors Advisory Committee advised that there are some initiatives that could increase volunteer awareness in St. Albert. Both of the committees indicated that they do not wish to take on the leadership or implement the roles for these efforts. Some of the proposed initiatives could be executed by the existing St. Albert area volunteer managers group under the umbrella of FCSS. And it is anticipated that these initiatives could be supported within the current operating budgets. Should additional funding be necessary, administration will seek council approval at a future date. And other initiatives, programs, etc., may require further investment to facilitate corporate collaboration and additional staffing and other necessary resources to ensure successful implementation. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Suzanne, do you have anything to add before we get into questions?
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you, Shannon, for reflecting the Seniors Advisory Committee so well. Our committee definitely supports this initiative. As we know, there is a gap, and we need to address volunteerism in St. Albert. But one of the areas I did want to mention that our committee brought forward too is how do we attract our young people? And I just wanted to add, anywhere that we can get into or onto social media would be maybe one of the areas that would help us recruit our young people. But definitely we had mentioned as well, if we can get into the schools to promote the benefits of volunteering, even helps with their resume, but most importantly is how can they make a difference within their own community. So although this work is incredibly important, the Senior Advisory Committee cannot take on that leadership role, but we are definitely there to provide insight and feedback at any stage of it. And that's all I want to say. So thank you.
No, perfect. Thank you for coming. There might be some questions for you. Right before we get into some, I see Councilor Burmetsky, but quick question for you, Marta. The recommended motion says that we recommend to council that administration undertake no further work. Do we need to take that to council? Can't the committee direct that?
I actually think that's kind of a gray area.
Okay.
So I think if you made the call, you just wanted to direct administration that way. I think that's fine, but I think from administration's perspective, I think we would have just preferred to have council.
That's fine.
Because it was a council motion that initially directed us to undertake the work. So that was the thinking.
Okay, no problem. All right, go ahead, Councilor Burmetsky.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The one thing that was kind of surprising to me was a comment, what's in it for them or for me? Because volunteerism through the years has been, volunteerism. The silent volunteers are some of the strongest, volunteer people there are out there. From your report, are you hearing that the youth don't want to volunteer unless there's a payback? Or is that what was confirmed in the report?
So in some of the conversations with the advisory committee, so that was one of the barriers to volunteering is what youth are egotistical, and that's okay. I think that's okay to say, we kind of all are. So they do need to know what they are getting out of it, and if there is going to be some benefit to them, whether if they're going to be on the resume, if it's going to be an application for post-secondary school or for scholarships.
Okay, and why is it not reinforced that you volunteer just to contribute to society in general? Like if you focus on the return for the students, I'm not sure it's heading in the right direction.
I'll add something. So I've done some youth economic development work, and actually I think what lots of youth aren't necessarily in society today being taught that it is really helpful. For some reason, there's a bit of a gap, or not necessarily seeing the long-term benefits of it being on their resume or the experience or the connections that they can make. And I think that they and the seniors advisory committee, correct me if I'm wrong, mentioned that they wish, some folks wish that they were told that earlier, or that's what they would like to get that out there more for youth in the community. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, I have seen a few, youth volunteers out there. I can think of one in particular, 14 years old and is out there with volunteering with the seniors all the time and volunteering at many different events. But I mean, and it goes unannounced, the silent volunteers are the heroes to me. So I'm not sure how we garner more of that, by just promoting resume work. So anyhow, thanks for the presentation.
Jolie.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add to that answer a little bit in terms of the discussions we had at YAC. The youth, I think right now are so busy, and there really has to be, that's something in them. It's not necessarily something on their resume, but even just doing something fun. If you talk to anyone on the youth advisory committee, they find it fun to learn about. Adrian, you'd be excited. They really wanted to know about land use planning last week, and it's fun. And when you're just exhausted because you're so busy, it's not easy to kind of have that regular commitment that's just draining you. If there isn't kind of that value of fun or connection or whatever it is in volunteerism. And we had some good discussions about that at committee. So just wanted to add to that.
Any questions from? Go ahead.
Thank you. So you mentioned, okay, there's a couple of things here. So the 15,000, it says just gonna be incorporated into the current budget. That wasn't my intention, as if we're not going to use it just to put it into the budget. So what would what is the 15,000 for? Because if not, we can do a motion to remove that from the ongoing budget.
I think to clarify, it's that we don't need the 15,000. We have the money in our budget already that can absorb the cost of the programs and initiatives we're going to be doing or are doing.
I guess I'm just looking to you, Bill. Is it possible you guys can just amend the budget going forward for the 2025 just to include it, to remove it for the next?
I believe so, right, Suzanne?
Yeah. Just because if we don't need it, we might as well not put it in there. The other thing was, so when I look at, say, what we have for resources, a web page with links to volunteer opportunities. Is that through the city? Because if you look up volunteer opportunities on our website, nothing, a listing of 3 places you can volunteer, like the Arden, is included. So where is this web page that links to volunteer opportunities?
So it's under the St. Albert and Area Volunteer Managers Group. And all the participating social profit agencies are listed under there.
Only those are listed. So what about the ones that are not listed? They're not a part of this managers group.
They're not participating members.
Because that was one of the reasons I put this forward, was that there's a huge hole between organizations that need volunteers and people who are aware of that. So for example, the Ringettes, the Kinsmen, the K40, like the Kinsmen, their average age is 75. The Kinettes have 15 people in them. And these are people that have massive campaigns that they do for the community, for example, the rodeo and the parade. And yet we have no links for people to even find out how to become a part of these communities. And that was really the intention, was how do we increase awareness? And I don't still see how we're filling that gap.
May I take this question?
Yeah.
So part of what we're trying to identify, simultaneously 2 processes happening at the same point, your motion, but also the community social needs assessment and the engagement and prioritization work that's coming from that. So within the community social needs assessment, we identified volunteerism is a gap. Absolutely, the one you identified is, what is the central hub? Where are people getting information? Previously, that would have been the role and responsibility that CIBC played within our community. And we've felt that absence of it since. We are taking that data through the engagement session prioritization to prioritize what are the pieces around volunteerism, including a central location of some kind or a hub, to proceed with that work. So we're just in the process of finalizing the community social needs blueprint that will have all of those pieces around volunteerism. And we'll be presenting that final report to council in September at the SCAL. And the pieces you're looking for specific to volunteerism will be in there, and it will be part of our FCSS operations, which is why we're saying we don't need additional budget for it.
So basically we will be filling that hole, and we'll be hearing about it in about 4 months' time.
We are expecting there will be more pieces that fill that hole, absolutely, because we do recognize that there are multiple locations and spaces and places that people are pulling their volunteer opportunities from, whether it's e-newsletters that are coming out from other organizations and social media and websites like the St. Albert and Area Volunteer Managers page. And we need to create a centralized resource for it. Yes.
Also, I didn't, at the seniors committee meeting, I do not remember being notified that this was what was going to be the recommendation. And I was very much there. So I think we did ask about their opinion about volunteering, but there was certainly not an indication that this was what was going to be brought forward. So basically, they do not, I guess, one question I don't understand, maybe there's nobody here from the youth committee, is if the youth committee does not want to promote volunteerism in any way, shape, or form, and yet one of the reasons they were going to continue as a committee, one of the things they want to focus on was volunteering. How are they planning to do more volunteering if, like, I just don't understand what they're going to do then. How are they doing more volunteering? Do we know what their plan is then? Or is that just now no longer one of their?
Natalie, do you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I could take that, and Shannon probably has some good thoughts on that. Actually, every meeting, there's kind of a sharing of volunteer opportunities. So, for example, Shannon brought forward the opportunity to help with a mental health walk that was May 9th or thereabouts. So I think most members of the committee actually ended up volunteering. So those are the people who were setting up signs, doing chalk, greeting people. And, that's just one example. So that's absolutely been a central part of Youth Advisory Committee meetings for the last however many months or year, certainly. And there's a lot of enthusiasm for that. It's been great to see that those youth not only kind of taking on those opportunities themselves, but also sharing it within their networks. So with, people at school or through social media or what have you. So absolutely, it's continued. And Shannon, I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that.
So, I mean, I guess that was what we're talking to the committee of 15 people is what we could be spreading out, or the committee could be doing a bit more of a organized plan of how they're letting other people know about those things. That's the intention. Was how do we let people who aren't on the committee also know about those volunteer opportunities? And if they think it's valuable, I'm sure there's other youth in the community that also would have, or people of any age that would have thought it would have been valuable, but just are completely unaware of it. And so I just, okay. I feel like this was a lost opportunity that is brought forward. I had a year to come back and say, you know, what would you like to do? And the answer is nothing. So that, to me, that's just a little bit of I'm disappointed that this was really an opportunity for them to define how they want the community to move forward and take advantage of it beyond just volunteering themselves when they feel like it, and to really spread it with the community to be a leader. And this was lost. So,
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So to Shannon, so all those opportunities that you bring forward to the committee, are those the kinds of opportunities that would be available on that manager's page for volunteer opportunities?
So links to the social profits, but it doesn't go into specifics about what roles are specifically available, but the user would have to go like on to the link, find those.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you have more questions?
just how are we promoting this other website at all? Because I wasn't even aware this website existed. The St. Albert Area Volunteer Managers Group, I don't know how long it's been around. It's never heard of it before. So how are we even letting people know this is where they need to go to find more information?
If it's in our FCSS Community Vibes newsletter.
I feel like more, a lot more. Okay.
Wes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure this is it is a question. I was interested to read the report and just the whole volunteerism thing. I mean, awareness is one thing, but getting people to volunteer is sort of closing the loop. And yet the experience has been declining. And we talk about the Kinsmen. I remember going to the Rebecca's and Oddfellows 2 years in a row here, and their average age was probably 90 for mine. And they were having difficulty recruiting to this, very laudable thing of supporting eyesight around the world, and they can't get volunteers. I guess my question to you and Elizabeth, is there in-depth research as to why people aren't volunteering the way they used to? Is it a matter of being too busy? I think that might be part of it. I mean, it's crazy, our lives that we live. Both parents working, they get home, they get exhausted. Where do they come up with the extra hours to volunteer? I guess that's my question. Some comment around that question.
So absolutely, there's trends and data associated with volunteerism. The decline of social participation for everything from participating in social service organizations and volunteerism has been on the decline since the mid-'80s, as more and more families shift from being single income families to dual income families, because both need to be out of the home working in order to be able to stay on top of the cost of living. So there are less people that are able to volunteer, to commit that time to be able to step up. There's also an increase in the amount of diversity of nonprofits that you have the option to volunteer for. So over the last 20 years, we see an increase in those specialized cultural organizations, service delivery organizations. So you have more options as well. Each of those organizations still need the same amount of volunteers and volunteer hours. Sometimes they even need more volunteers because they're trying to work with less paid positions to maintain some sort of sense or semblance of sustainability. But there's only a certain amount of people that are available to work within those positions.
So is this a outcome of just more volunteers required? And the volunteerism is about the same, only just scattered across more opportunities?
More volunteers required, less volunteers available. It's an intersectionality of those two things.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I certainly if they don't know about it, it doesn't help, right? I'm just wondering if there's a bigger systemic problem that we need to get at. And I'm not sure the answer is in city council chambers. That's
Or even the corporation.
yeah.
Any more questions? Someone want to make a motion?
Mayor, I can do that.
Molly, go ahead.
That SCAL recommend to council that administration undertake no further work on motion CM 2331.
Right. Any opening comments?
You know, just that this was a really interesting conversation at the Youth Advisory Committee level and here kind of with the city. You know, Wes, your questions about, you know, why are we seeing this challenge are really important questions to ask. You know, I think of my family that, you know, people would have seen my grandmother at the front desk at the Seniors Association. I know one year my entire family volunteered for a young man with no family in town at a bingo on Christmas Day, which was tons of fun. So we kind of donated the 4 of our hours to him because he needed that for his sport. And I think of the reasons why we did that. And I think of the time that we had available to do that maybe some of the people now don't have because they need to have 2 full-time incomes because kids are in all the extracurricular activities. And, you know, this has been an opportunity to reflect on, you know, how do we want our community to look and how can we support kind of healthy community kind of through changes that maybe support a healthier, less busy life. And, you know, although this is kind of coming to an end, it's still valuable to reflect on what this means to us as a municipality.
Anyone else have any comments? This?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you say, well, why is no one volunteering? Part of it is awareness. It is just like, I didn't know the organization and how to connect with them or in who to contact. And there's an opportunity to say, how many hours do you want to volunteer a week, or do you want to do a one-time thing and have a one-time list of this is the upcoming one-time things and then let people volunteer. But it's the lack of awareness of even how to do it. Like if you said today, I want to be part of the Connects, I don't think anyone knows who to contact. So it's like, how do you do this? And that's where we need to figure out how to bridge that gap when it comes forward in September. So there's a lot of expectation now, Elizabeth, to fill a large hole in September. And I'm disappointed about people saying that they're too busy. We all have exactly 24 hours a day. And the people back 100 years ago, they were farming and they had crazy hours and they had no problem saying, you know what, I'm devoting myself to this community. Like the community hall was built strictly by volunteers, which is why all the stairs are in interesting shape. But it was built by people who put in that time after working God knows how many hours, having far fewer conveniences than we have today to accomplish their goals. So we're not here to decide whether or not people do something, but we should be figuring out how to make sure that the awareness of those programs are available and community groups are available, at least so people are aware that they can do it. And if they want to do it, this is how they would actually be able to join and merge those 2 facilities together. Because right now there's a huge hole in the information highway about how to actually know which organizations are available that are not on this list of that one organization. And then also how to merge them. And so I was hoping for more from this report. I was hoping that whether or not they actually physically wanted to do something, but there's certainly a much more of a leadership role that could have been taken. And even if it was just that we'll go and talk to schools and let people know about it or promote the programs that are currently available through the city, that's something also that the youth could have done. And none of that was taken advantage of. So I won't be supporting this because I think there's more that could have been done. But I definitely see this as a lost opportunity. That's it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ken.
There's no doubt that volunteerism is a powerful and fulfilling way of dealing with many of the issues that any of our social clubs are trying to address around specific social issues or economic or health or environmental issues, but it's also uniquely personal. And I only think of my involvement when I got involved in volunteerism, and it was usually around what was my son being involved with, which encouraged me to then volunteer. Just like the mayor said, I used to teach Roots of Empathy. That was probably because your children were involved in programming, or you looked at and scanned what was out there in relation to how you wanted your community and what you saw as the opportunities. And that information is available. Certainly, I went to the seniors center last fall when all of the social clubs got together, including the Legion and all of the Connects and all of that stuff. So, I mean, people will volunteer because these issues are important to them. And like staff has already mentioned, there's many reasons why we're in our current situation. I mean, society as a whole has totally changed. And we all recognize that we have volunteers who are champions. They burn bright, and unfortunately, most of them use up all of their fuel and burn out. And you hope that they don't take the whole place down with them in a big flame when they leave, but that's kind of where we're at right now. And I mean, the people that are really truly looking at volunteer know why they're volunteering, and then they look and they find out. Does that mean that we don't potentially provide a vehicle for them to do that? And I don't think that's not what's happening. I think that's what the outcome of a lot of work is going to be coming from city. It was interesting when I was in Calgary at the FCM, I went to a presentation on AI and the future of AI in municipalities. And the city of Kelowna actually has an AI program where you can go on and fill out as much information that you're comfortable sharing with the city. The city will then take that information, not the city itself, but the AI program, run that through and then identify what your interests are, what your children's interests are, what you potentially could, and then it just sends that information out. It pushes that information out. So I think the future, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it, will maybe be more in that form of automatic intelligence or automated intelligence or whatever the term is. But I believe the information is there if people are willing to participate, but it's usually uniquely a period or a space and time for that particular family. That's what engages them. That's what pulls them out. So, I mean, and you do see those volunteers that will stay with minor hockey, will stay with minor baseball, will stay until, because that's just become who they are. But I mean, again, we're maybe trying to solve too much right now, but I'm still looking forward to potentially what administration brings back in relation to that. But I don't think this is a lost effort. I think it's a good effort, and I appreciate staff for all the work you've done. I appreciate the engagement of the Seniors Advisory Committee. I appreciate the engagement of the Youth Advisory Committee and all of the members that volunteer for our committee. So thank you very much.
Yeah, interesting report where I feel it is a bit of a lost opportunity, because I often think that some of the examples of our youth being so busy, whether they're going to ringette or hockey or soccer or lacrosse, you name it, swimming, those clubs are run by volunteers. So the very programs that the youth are enjoying, I think they're missing the point that they can only happen and be busy, too busy to volunteer, because those organizations are run by volunteers. And I think there's a disconnect at that level. So we need more volunteers, otherwise they won't have things to go to attend and have fun at and enjoy. And we have to find a way to kind of bring those two sides of the discussion together. The other thing I would clearly say that there, although we're saying we're short of volunteers and and there's more opportunities, I totally agree with that. But I look at the hundreds of hours that are already put in as volunteers that are not, they're kind of under the radar. We don't think of them as traditional, I'm going to go volunteer for something that I'm not directly involved in. But I volunteer for helping ringette, helping hockey, helping, you name it, all of the things that my, grandkids are, soapbox or snowflake festival, all of those things I volunteer in, but I don't almost feel like a volunteer. It's just, you do it because you want to do it. The other thing is I hope that the program going forward does find a way to make the awareness of all of those things, like during the road, they were desperately short of volunteers to host the pancake breakfast. That was a 4-hour volunteer opportunity that would have been so easy to have some of our youth fill in the gap. Same thing for Soapbox Derby, huge need for volunteers just to direct traffic, and it's fun and it's a great event. Snowflake Festival, we were desperate for we did everything we could think of to get the word out on social media and through communication to get volunteers, particularly youth, to run the road hockey program to help little kids have fun. And so we were desperately short on that. It almost didn't happen at the last minute. A hockey team stepped up, but so I hope there is a model going forward that can bring all of those things out and really communicate the benefits of volunteering. And every one of those events is a lot of fun. So I'm hopeful that even without the specific piece of budget, that kind of work can be done within the existing framework. And I know it's not unique to St. Albert. I heard this as a challenge literally worldwide. People are aging out, and that is a reality. And we're not unique. I wish we were, because then we could find a model that could work. But we have to recognize that that's a worldwide problem that is being faced.
I thought the conversation was beneficial for the two committees to have, and I have no problems with the report. I don't think this is a solvable problem by the corporation. I don't think it's corporate responsibility to do this. It's more a community responsibility. There's a new, I tried to start when I was first mayor, and it's now finally got its feet off the ground. The St. Albert Service Club are all getting together monthly and working on their own recruitment issues. And almost every session I went to in Singapore for Rotary was about youth, and they don't volunteer the same way we volunteer or our parents volunteered. So you got to find out where they want to volunteer and not try to force them into into the old traditional models. They'll do the one-time things, but they won't attend a weekly meeting, for example. So yeah, this is not a problem that we were ever going to solve. And so just having the conversation, I totally agree with you, Sheena, too. The excuse about being too busy is getting old. I mean, my husband and I both have full-time jobs, 7 kids, 4 still at home. We're both Rotarians. We both have a service dog. We both hosted 3 Ukrainian families. You make time and you get the reward for doing it. And yeah, that excuse is tiring. Anything to close, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, really briefly, I'm going to talk about how I quit my volunteer job because I'm too tired. So, firstly, I just want to say the leadership of the Youth Advisory Committee has been just lovely to witness. I love how seeing them not only volunteer themselves at all sorts of events, but also bring in their communities. So I think they're showing a lot of leadership. I also want to say, youth in general in St. Albert are not getting enough credit for the work they're doing. Just a couple of years ago, both my daughters volunteered at a track meet at Fowler at the Fowler track. You know, again, one-off opportunity. They were both available. It's a organization running it that one of my daughters runs with. And so those types of that type of volunteerism is happening all of the time. We're seeing that in hockey tournaments, you know, Children's Festival, and it's wonderful to see youth being involved in volunteerism. To my own experience, you know, my most kind of meaningful job, you know, including this one, was a volunteer job that I gave up about a year and a half ago, because I couldn't put the time into it that it deserved. And that was a really tough decision for me. It's an organization I volunteered with for 6 years, doing incredible work. And I look forward to being able to do that again, but really I want to do that well. And I don't want to sacrifice, you know, time with my children or my commitment to my, you know, this part-time job and my full-time job, to do that. So that was a choice that I made, for myself. And I think that's a fair choice. You know, I don't want to tell anyone in St. Albert who's not volunteering because they have too much on their plate that's not an okay reason. I applaud everyone for volunteering when they're able, and I hope that we continue to see that. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, call for the vote. That passes by majority with Councillor Hughes opposed. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take 2 seconds to flip chairs because there's a whole crew of finance people here for the long-awaited debt management policy.
As I think we can go on, we have a 5 minute
Yeah,
bio break. Official.
Kathy, I'm here just eating toast that you guys probably don't want to see.
You're still hurting though.
So Dolly, you with us?
I am just eating toast and I don't think you guys want to see that.
It's okay, okay. All right, who do I have?
I think Anne's talking.
I'll,
Are you gonna start us off?
yes.
Yes, Anne.
I'm Anne Victor, the Director of Financial and Strategic Services. Diane and I are presenting, but I wanted to take a moment to introduce the project team that we have some people in with us today. So there's Suzanne Finley, Stanley Chan, Stephen Graham, Victoria Petrash. And then we have Donnie George was part of it also too, and Kathy John in communications. So this is a team that's been working on the development of the long-term strategy, long-term debt strategy. And the stage of the project plan that we're at consists of the recommended policy changes that will enable the city to move forward with required capital projects in a financially sustainable way, with consideration of those financial impacts on residents and overall community wellness. Today, we're going to give a little bit of a background on how we've utilized it in the past, and as well as talking about how the current environment became a driver into looking at how our debt policy can support council and the community into the future. We'll move on to the work and analysis undertaken to inform our recommendations and summarize the policy changes. So the original debt policy for St. Albert was implemented in 2003, and other than a few minor amendments, has remained relatively unchanged. So given the requirement now to consider debt financing for some key upcoming capital projects, we wanted to take a step back and ensure that the policy supported both council decision-making and that long-term fiscal sustainability of the community. So as always, we have our Municipal Government Act limits, and that's for both debt and debt servicing costs. These are legislative limits set by the province as the maximum amount of debt that we can secure. So up until now, we've kind of solely focused our decision-making around these debt limits prescribed by the Municipal Government Act. And we focus little on the actual cost or ability to pay for that debt. So while the limits are calculated based on the revenue of each municipality, they should still be considered somewhat generic, as they don't consider a lot of factors such as like our local conditions, such as community council comfort with debt, our tax elasticity, our growth needs of the community, interest rates, and all those fluctuations in our economy. While we always need to remain compliant with these limits set by the province, a move to council defined limits that more closely align with our local realities is warranted. So historically, St. Albert has rarely used debt. So other than the original construction of Ray Gibbon Drive and Service Place, for which we'll retire that last adventure next year, St. Albert did not use debt until 2016 with the advancement of the North Interceptor Project 9. Between these time periods, many needed and desired projects just continued to be delayed due to the lack of alternative funding. This has put us in a position today where delays are no longer possible or practical. So the building of a complete community is complex. It requires significant land planning, public consultation, and given that the needs and wants will always outweigh available funding, thoughtful prioritization becomes a key challenge of council and the administration. It's important to recognize that debt is only one funding tool and needs to work together as part of a larger funding plan. All the cogs need to work together to provide the best result for our residents and businesses. Slide. The city is experiencing a number of external factors challenging financial sustainability. We're experiencing faster growth than historically experienced, which has led to community pressure for new amenities, while also maintaining a lot of additional aging infrastructure. As a result of the growth, there's an increased expectation for the city to front-end road and utility projects. Reductions in provincial funding, in addition to escalating construction costs, have resulted in reduced funding available for capital projects, which is requiring more projects to be funded from debt. or considered for debt funding. Over the last few years, interest rates have increased, resulting in higher servicing costs for debt funded projects. And also, due to increase of cost of living from inflation, our residents are more sensitive to tax increases. The recommended changes that being discussed today are intended to protect the city from these ongoing challenges. I'm going to pass it over to Diane.
So after our last presentation on debt, council had asked us for this video to be created, to be shared with the public to describe some of the concepts around debt and to communicate what the city is looking to achieve with the development of this debt strategy. We did share this video with council during strategic planning. And it is live on the website, but we didn't think we'd actually shared it in sort of a public meeting. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes. It's only a few minutes long.
Actually, a minute 30
Challenge because I can't do it right from the slide. I practiced this morning and I gotta go back. So we have.
As the city of St. Albert grows and the ongoing demand for capital projects evolves, our city is developing a long-term capital funding strategy. Debt financing is a key component of this strategy. What is a capital project? Fire halls, recreation centers, or major infrastructure, including roadways and underground utilities, are all considered large capital projects and are essential to our community. Debt financing allows the city to borrow money to pay for large capital projects that require significant investment upfront. By taking this approach, we can begin priority capital projects sooner that have long-term benefits for our growing community, have flexibility when responding to planned and emergent needs while considering community well-being and financial impacts, share costs intergenerationally to residents who benefit from the long-lived infrastructure. Similar to taking out a mortgage to purchase a home, using debt to finance a capital project enables the city to borrow money and pay it back over a longer time frame. As the city pays off one loan for a project, it can take on additional loans for emerging capital projects without impacting the amount residents have to pay. As our city evolves, City Council and administration work together to understand changing community needs and balance these needs over the short and long term. To learn more, visit stalbert.ca/COSA/finance.
All right.
That is good. So cute.
Welcome to the 2024 St.
Jeez.
Albert
Okay,
Breakfast.
hold on. Hold on.
Erickson didn't know he was presenting today.
No doubt. It's Steve's.
As long as it wasn't a singing video of Baby Shark.
You might know.
We're watching what?
If we did that.
Baby
As long
Shark.
as it's not Baby Shark.
It's very.
It's
It's a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
Very, very, very.
Well, that's.
And I would add, you've made that comment about that the city hadn't taken on any debts since 2016 when we did the Project 9. That was a very debt adverse 2 terms of council. I think.
certainly
And
was.
even taking that debt on for the sewer line, which was the right thing to do. I think the only reason we were convinced was because the offsite levies that we would collect would service the debt, right? It was, but I think me personally, I've kind of changed my mind on debt since then, but I remember the debt conversations in 2010 and 11. There was no way there was going to be any debt. And even the questions I got during the campaign, do you know what our debt per capita was? And I don't know what our debt per capita was, but it was low. Right? Like it was, I don't know. Very low. But people thought even that low number was too high. It's just a generational thing, I think. So I don't know if you guys are done.
No.
So Diane, so you didn't feel flustered.
Actually, in this slide, and what we're going to talk about next actually goes to exactly what you're talking about, in terms of people's comfort with debt and sort of how it works. So, again, many people are uncomfortable using debt, believing that we're saddling future generations with our debt and believe that we shouldn't invest until we've saved the money. So while it's critical for us to manage our debt strategically with a long-term focus, this example highlights some of the minimal benefits honestly achieved if we were to save up for the asset. So in this example, we desire to build a facility costing $50 million. On a 20-year term at 5.3% interest, this equates to an annual payment of $4.1 million. So the total cost of the project, including interest, by the time we pay off the loan, is $82 million. And I think that's, one of the items that kind of scares people. They think, well, we're paying so much for that asset. However, we do start enjoying the benefits of the infrastructure today when we build it, and all of those who are able to access that asset contribute each year through their taxes to paying for it, which supports that generational equity. So if we wanted to save for this asset, we'd still need to increase taxes by $4.1 million because we would need to collect that money to be able to put it in the bank or put it in the reserve to be able to save up for it. So in the save scenario, we have to consider that the cost of the project will continue to increase due to inflation. Using a very conservative inflation factor of 2.5%, by the time we save enough money while chasing that inflation, the asset will cost $78 million by the time we're able to build it. And so while there's a small difference in cost between 82 million and 78 million, the community has to wait 19 years before they can potentially utilize that asset. So a resident who moves into the community in year 19 will have access to a brand new facility, and yet they will have contributed $0 towards its construction. With that same annual savings of 4.1 million, if inflation increased to even 3%, so just even a small increase, the asset would not be built for 24 years and it would cost $98 million. So it's kind of just to put a little bit of that debt versus savings in perspective. So we kind of set out some goals for ourselves when we were looking at the updated policy. We wanted to make sure that we had a policy that was relevant enough that it could support council and support administration in the community over the next 20 or 30 years, so that it has enough flexibility built into it, yet enough protection, so that we're kind of protecting ourselves against making decisions that are going to hurt us in the long run. So some of the things, again, we looked at laddering. So this is one of the things we've talked about in a few of our other presentations. So we want to be able to embed the concept of laddering into the timeframe chosen for each debenture when it's taken out. So if we plan our debt so that we consistently have debts expiring or coming to maturity, we can fund new projects with little to no impact to taxes. So by doing this, we can spread out our debt payments over time so that you can avoid having to pay large amounts of debt service in any one year. And it can help smooth out that debt service burden and reduce the need for the municipality to raise property taxes to meet its debt obligations. Generational equity, that was addressed in the video as well. Generational equity is that principle that ensures that those who will benefit from the asset contribute proportionally to its cost. So utilizing cash and reserves, such as we just saw in the save scenario, that were funded by current and past residents for future projects, means that many of them will get limited use out of that new asset. And conversely, those future residents will be set to enjoy and utilize that asset while never having made no contribution to its costs. So utilizing debt for these larger, long-lived assets with wide community benefit creates that generational equity.
And a quick question on this one.
Yeah, can we just focus on generational equity? Do you think that the general population understands the term? I mean, in this room, we probably do, but it rolls easily off the tongue. And your example there of 20 or 19 years and somebody who comes and has never paid a dime now gets this new facility is an interesting example. I don't think people come to mind. I remember those debt averse councils and the rhetoric is that if we go into debt, we are going to our grandchildren will be in a sea of debt. that we have passed on to them. The idea that the community has had access to this facility so much sooner, and that the cost was spread out over generations, and people who got to use it were actually the ones paying for it. And if you're saving for it, you're actually paying for it not having an opportunity to use it. So how do you think we crack that nut? Because there's still people out there that saying, if you're, you know, fiscally responsible, you don't borrow money.
I mean, I think the easiest way to explain it or to get people to understand is to really put it in that context of buying a home, right? If you know, even people from an older generation, if you were to wait to buy a home until you saved up for it, you would probably never have a home, or you'd have it very, very late in life. And that's not how most people manage it, right? And so that's how I kind of think of debt when it comes to municipalities, especially for bigger facilities that have that wide community benefit. It's important that the right people pay for it. And I think, you know, when we talk about saddling future generations with too much debt, that's what the policy is supposed to help with, right? Like there still needs to be a limit. It needs to be planned. It needs to be strategic and spread out, right? So the intent is never to get the city into a position where we're just like have copious amounts of debt that we can't manage if other things kind of change in our world, right? We need to manage it. So that has to be part of it as well.
Get it. I'm just thinking we need to add a little bit more emphasis to that so that people come along with us in that conversation. Because it's one thing to have the conversation in council chambers amongst people who understand it. But when the municipality and the people here show up in chambers and don't understand it, it's hard to get them on board.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we'll have to just continue to think of ways to be able to communicate it, you know, even maybe through our budget process, through our, you know, some of our documents there, you know, we can look at adding some components to just, you know, slowly get that message out there for people to just look at it in a different way. And some people never will look at it in a different way, and that's okay, right? But there's probably a lot that we'll start to get at once you kind of explain it.
Okay, thanks. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine. So financial resiliency. So I have on the screen there. So a shift from debt limits to debt servicing limits. So that's, we did talk about this a little bit in strategic planning. That's where we thought we were heading. But really what we came to determine fairly quickly was that the amount of debt that you have is honestly, it's interesting, right? The amount of debt that you have, but how much you have to pay for that debt is really what matters. That's the amount that you're writing the check for. And so really that's what matters to residents. That's what matters to council. So we really wanted to shift the policy and shift some of our processes so that our decisions are based more around the impact of the debt servicing versus just where it puts us within our limit. So the reality is that debt servicing payments are long-term fixed costs, which impact future years. So the new limits that we're proposing ensure that not too much of our budget is allocated to fixed debt payments to position the city to be financially resilient and able to respond to external factors and emergencies. So again, like I mentioned, we've always focused our attention on debt, how that compares to the defined limits set by the MGA, and our existing council policy has some internal limits related to that as well. And then we've also focused on that single year impact that debt has on our taxes. So how much is this going to make our taxes increase next year by 0.2% because of this tax? We've really focused on that short term. But yeah, what we've neglected to adequately consider is the total amount of debt servicing we're currently paying on all our existing debts and the impacts of our future plans. So specifically related to debt servicing, we're recommending that reasonable limits are set that represent our own financial realities and goals, rather than relying on those more generic limits that are kind of established by the province. And so this supports council in ensuring we're making the right investment decisions for the community for future generations. We want to ensure, again, that too much of our budget isn't allocated to those fixed payments to ensure that an unknown future environment wouldn't force us to make potentially deep and impactful cuts elsewhere. If we were in a position where we went into some kind of a recession and we had to reduce our budget, we can't touch those debt payments. So those have to be made, which means that the cuts have to come out of only the remaining portion of the budget, which is services, right? So we want to make sure that we're not tying up too much of our budget in those fixed payments so that we have more flexibility. So again, tying our debt servicing limits to a percentage of our budget offers several options for consideration, and municipalities that use this approach have chosen the one that best meets their needs and goals. So again, some of the options that are available, you can tie it to revenues, which is kind of similar to what the MGA limit does, non-tax revenues, total expenses, the tax requirement, like there's lots of bases upon which you could set some kind of a limit. So we're recommending using total expenses, excluding what's already included in our budget for existing debt. So some of the thoughts around this is that if you use any kind of a denominator that includes tax revenue, which would be like total revenue, tax requirement, you're essentially creating a situation where you get more access to debt just by virtue of increasing taxes, right? Which doesn't seem right. Tying to non-tax revenues not being considered, as there's no logical link between city operations, capital needs, or debt capacity with this very specific bucket of revenue. So for example, if our fine revenues increased, there's no logical reason why we should give ourselves more access to debt because our fine revenues increased. Like there's no logical link there. So our current thinking using total expenses excluding debt addresses some of the shortfalls with the other denominators. So for similar reasons to the revenue side, we believe that the existing debt that we're already budgeted and taxing for should not be included in that denominator, because again, increasing your debt shouldn't give you access to more debt. So that's why we've decided to kind of pull that out. It's kind of a nuance, and it's a little bit of a theoretical piece, but I think it's kind of important to that we understand why we're setting that. So as you're aware, we have two main funding sources to cover our debt payments. We have taxes and we have developer levies. So tax supported debt is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. Once approved, we increase the tax rate to support that debt for that infrastructure. It can be considered a permanent and guaranteed source of funding. So an example of a tax supported debt would be Fire Hall 4. So that's one that we've approved that will come out of taxes. So the second area we have more recently started to support is the front ending of offsite infrastructure, with Project 9 being kind of the very first one where we started kind of where we went with that kind of new approach, and we've continued on with that. So ultimately, offsite infrastructure is paid for by development levies. The challenge is that much of that infrastructure needs to be in place before the first house goes up in a neighborhood. So it may take many years and sometimes decades for a new area to totally develop. So this means that someone, either the developers or the city, must put the money up front to build the infrastructure and then wait to be reimbursed as development occurs. So in a perfect world, there will always be enough levies coming in every year in any given year to cover the debt payments. And as an example of a levy funded debt would be, again, Project 9. That was one of the first ones we did. So while we do have a policy and a financial model in place that forecasts those future levies, like any forecast model, it involves a number of key assumptions. Some of these assumptions include things such as interest rates, levy fees, the number of acres and areas being developed, of land being developed in each year. And while the assumptions used are based on a lot of valid inputs, they come from the offsite levy model, they're updated every year. And our model has some built-in sort of conservative factors. So we're not even assuming as much levies are coming in as what the offsite levy model is telling us. We even have some more conservative pieces in there. We have those in there to reduce the impact if our assumptions are not 100% correct, which of course we know they never will be. But the fact that these models are being updated on an annual basis based on the most recent and known information keeps them relatively up to date. And because while the city creates an environment for development, it doesn't control the pace of development. So it is important to understand that ultimately all of our debt, regardless of its intended funding source, is tax guaranteed. In an extreme example, to illustrate the point, and I'm going to say this is a very extreme example, very, very low risk, but if development were to completely stop in St. Albert and we could no longer collect levies, it would ultimately land on the taxpayer to continue to make those debt payments. We've committed to them as a city. It's not a separate entity, so we have committed to them. Again, super extreme example of development completely stopped. And while our model can give us confidence that any debt we take on related to this offsite infrastructure can be supported by the levies we collect, there's always remains a small residual risk that this is not the case. And so this is why we're recommending two separate debt servicing limits, one for tax supported debt, which I would say is more like we're gonna be paying for that. Like for sure, that's coming out of tax. And that's to help manage our known and accepted exposure, and a secondary limit surrounding total debt, which would also include those infrastructure or offsite levy type projects, to manage our total or potential exposure. And so while the probability of us getting into a total exposure category is very, very small, the risk does exist and it still needs to be monitored. So the current MGA limits, actually as part of the work that we did, I was trying to figure out where they kind of came up with those limits to start with. And I was most interested in the debt servicing limit piece, because even though we were always focusing on total debt as opposed to debt servicing, my model still tracked it because we had the limits and we were always so far away from our debt servicing limits. So I started backtracking it. And so from the best I can figure out is when they originally established those limits, the debt servicing limit was actually set so that you could go to your full debt limit at a 17% interest rate, which that's insane. That's a lot of money. So if based on the MG limits, if we were to go to our total debt servicing limit, over 25% of our budget would be assigned to debt servicing, that's a lot. 25% is a huge amount, would put us at huge risk. So again, we said, is this sustainable? And our answer was pretty quickly, nope, not really. We'd be at $56 million a year at our total debt servicing limit, and close to 25% of our budget. So as part of our process, one of the first things that we kind of figured out after doing a lot of e-scanning of other municipal policies within Alberta, across Canada, and even kind of looking into the States, there really is no wrong or right amount. And I really couldn't say that any of the policies that I read would represent best practice. I don't think there really is a best practice. I think it's very unique to each community. And I think you kind of need to make your decisions based on that. But we did look, of course, at a lot of municipalities to see very few were actually using this type of a methodology. A lot of them just stick to the MGA limits. They sort of manage like that. There's no other sort of level within that. But the ones that did, we looked at all the different ways, and they all do it differently. So same kind of concept, but they all have a different base in the way they, only certain projects can be in a certain category. So there was nothing that we could just sort of pick up and say, yeah, this is what we want for tried to take kind of the best pieces that we felt out of some of these other policies. So the one thing that was interesting is that going into this project, intuitively, we actually thought our policy was too restrictive. And as we went through, our recommendation is actually more conservative than what we have today on the debt servicing side. And so it's kind of based on these things. So again, we looked at other municipalities, what seemed reasonable. While several municipalities take a similar approach, it's very difficult to do an apples to apples comparison, because each municipality applies their percentage on a different base. We also looked at the proposed projects that we have highlighted in past presentations, ones that council has talked about as being sort of higher priority or important for the community. And we wanted to understand how whatever rate we were going to propose would impact our ability to move forward with these projects, while also taking into consideration impacts of what the impacts on taxes would be for those tax supported projects. So the proposed limits will allow us to do what we've kind of planned under current conditions, which include the prevailing interest rate and estimated project costs. However, the proposed policy restricts or protects us if interest rates rise substantially or project costs increase. Another thing we have to consider is that a lot of our offsite levy projects have sort of an OSL component and a city component. And a lot of times as we get through design of some of those projects, that split sometimes changes, and sometimes then the city has to take on a larger portion. So we need to make sure we've got some capacity within there to allow for some changes. So again, the whole concept is that you only want to have a limited amount of your budget committed to fixed debt servicing costs. If we were in a situation where we had to reduce our budget, the cuts would be more significant if we had too much assigned to debt. So the rates that we're proposing, we feel keeps it this at a moderate level. It enables a balance between a growing community and being fiscally responsible. One thing important to know is that if the interest rates change, it doesn't impact anything that we've already committed to. So debts that we've already taken out are fixed at the interest rates that we've taken out. So it only affects future debts. And so really the advantage of implementing an internal debt servicing limit that's more restrictive than what exists today. As the slide indicates, it's really about future proofing the city. So as it sits today, and has been the case for more than a decade, way longer than that, interest rates have been relatively low. And even, I know people say, oh, interest rates are so high right now at 5 to 6%, but that is not high. Even at 5 to 6%, it's an affordable source of funding. So in this environment, the planned use of debt is a viable and strategic funding method that will allow our city to grow. The limits being recommended will not prohibit council from proceeding with high priority projects that are currently being considered, but what they will do is force us to reconsider our plans should the interest rates start to climb or the project costs or scope escalates on some of these projects. It'll protect us from an unknown future and ensure our decisions support a long-term financially viable community. Okay, so I did just do a little handout because as we're looking at this graph, it's kind of important to know what's included, like what's making up these bars. So I know you've seen this graph before, but I'm just going to kind of walk through the bars and the lines and the stuff just so people can kind of understand. So the projects that we've included in here, and Anne's going to get to this a little bit later in terms of our next steps about moving on to develop the actual strategy, right? So the policy can be kind of considered the piece that's going to kind of underpin where we're going. We of course have a financial model that's going to, house all of those inputs, but what we need is the input. So Anne will talk a little bit about next steps, but at this point, in order for us to kind of see where we were at, we kind of, as a group, we went through the 10-year capital plan, we went through the offsite levies, and we're like, which projects do we believe council would probably like to advance over the next, 20 years? We still have to have that conversation with you, right? Ultimately, you guys need to decide that, but we need to kind of put a few things in there to start with. So the list that you see here is kind of what is included in these graphs. So what this is basically showing, so we'll start with the green bar. So that's our total debt servicing. And this includes all of our actual debts that we already have today, as well as the proposed ones. So the green bar, total debt servicing, would actually to be compared against kind of that darker black line. So the numbers that we're presenting, the 12% for tax supported and the 18% for total, you can see in 2031, based on the projects we've got in there, we're still quite a bit below our total servicing line. The red bar represents our tax supported debt servicing and current and proposed, and we'd be comparing that to the yellow line. So with what we've got in here now, we still haven't even got to the proposed limits. We've still got, a fair bit of space. Things can be moved around forward and back. Projects can be added, projects can be deleted, but we feel like we've got a fair bit of space in there. But just one thing to be interested. So the dotted line is actually where our current policy has our limits for debt servicing. And the blue line is representing what we're proposing. So we're actually proposing a tighter limit than what exists today in council policy. But yeah, so as you can see, we're still, just because we have those upper limits doesn't mean we're going to strive to reach them. Right? That's not the intent. It's just to, put that final cap on. So with what we've got in there now that you can kind of see, and the years that we've got them in, we would be well within these new limits. But that's sort of for a future discussion as well with council. Any questions about this piece?
Can't see those little numbers. So like where it's the top of that, I can't, like, what number is that where it's the highest green? It's like before it's just going down, So like 20.
So I want to say probably like 45 million.
Oh, but what year is that?
2038.
38.
38. Okay. That was just helpful because I'm just like, where are we? So it looks like, and then where it starts going up, that's like 2021, right? So basically we're near, it's almost like we're plateauing in some ways between now and 2038 for the total debt.
Yeah, but keep in mind too, we've also got like debts coming off, like as we're making payments, our debts are coming down and then we're adding new ones on. And so it's a whole. Yeah.
It's also possible that there are things on the capital plan or not on the capital plan today that will be added in subsequent years, right? So that's a snapshot of time. The reality is that wave could kind of keep going, right? At some point.
Yeah, that's right. Because we really are only looking at a 10-year capital plan. So after 10 years, I haven't really added projects, which is why it's kind of going off at the end. Because we have nothing necessarily to add. There could be some, I'd have to look, there could be some offsite levy projects, because that model is a lot longer than 10 years. We might have a few of those, but the municipal ones. And not all the municipal ones are on here. We didn't put any, like there's lots of plans for Heritage Park. I don't have any of those in. So again, that's the conversation we need to have with council. We just kind of wanted to pick out the big ones. And as you'll also see from the anticipated year. So as an example, obviously our biggest one coming up that council was talking about and considering is community amenities. So what we have in this model right now does not match what the 10-year plan says in terms of timing, because it doesn't fit. Right? Like there's not enough capacity to be able to do it. So community this model in here. It's in here if you look on your sheet, but it's 2034, 36, 38, and 40.
But is it on the graph?
Yeah. Okay. But included in those later years, not matching.
The 2028 time.
Right.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, so you have to compare. That's what I'm saying. The sheet helps you compare so you can see what's included when.
Yeah.
So again, those discussions about timing and phasing and scope and there's lots of discussions that can change the course of that.
So it does look like the goal, though, what we're forecasting for timing is so that the total debt sort of plateaus and we don't start seeing it go up to really high amount with the timing of when we start putting on new debt. That's what it looks like we're trying to do with the time.
Yeah, just like sort of as you get closer to that 10-year mark again, because we only have that 10-year capital plan, that's the piece where there's a lot of unknowns after that. Right. And that's an important thing to consider, because again, most of our debt, although we will, again, we will, as we take on debt, we're considering that laddering piece. We may want to change some of our debt terms so that we have stuff expiring at different times. In general, our debts are 20 years, right? So you kind of have to look at a minimum of a 20-year model. So by only having a 10-year capital plan, it's good that it rolls forward though, because at least every year we're adding on at least another year, right? To know where we're going to be at.
Diane, oh, sure. In the handout, the last bottom line is Rakeman Drive additional costs. That's fairly close, 27, 28, 8 million. What is that for? I've never heard of it.
Agenda package. Yeah, it's coming in an agenda package next week. It was just that so our original contract with the provincial government to do the cost share and Rakeman Drive, our costs went up, and so we have to fund. Yeah.
They split that over cost by half.
Yeah.
As soon as you said that,
Yeah.
forget my memory.
I have a project like project number 9 that's tax support, cost levy supported. And the pace of development is much faster than the term of borrowing. So we build out in 10 years, but we just let that money sit.
We would just let it sit in the reserve. We wouldn't pay out the debt early.
It's very hard to pay off.
Yeah, it's the stop loss penalties or the penalties for early payout are almost never, we do look at it every once in a while, but for the most part, the penalties never make sense to pay it out. But what it does is we would leave it in that offsite levy recovery fund, and it would allow us that balance then within our policy would allow us to front end more other offsite infrastructure if it was faster, if the money came in faster than anticipated.
Do we pay our interest and principal in the same equal amounts on that in relation to debt structure and technique, or do we pay it more on the interest first, just like a typical?
Typically, yeah. So we have a set payment.
Yeah.
And it goes more to interest at the beginning. And
yeah, just like a normal mortgage.
But that's typically, although there is other options that Alberta Treasury offers. Well, I don't think we've ever used any of the other payment structures, but there are other ones available. And we also try and keep our eye out for even conventional bank financing. Sometimes they're coming out with some interesting.
Nothing in the policy restricts us to the Alberta Treasury.
No, it does not. No, it allows us to do. We don't often. The risk, of course, with going with a more traditional type banking is that you don't have that fixed interest rate. So you take, but there's a lot of really creative things that some of them are doing that allow you to kind of hedge that interest rate risk.
Paying it off early is always an option when you go with
right
other than Treasury, right?
Sometimes it depends. I mean, some of them still have. Mortgages have very high penalties for paying out early, right? So yeah, it depends on the way it's structured. But we always keep that as another potential tool. Whether we'll ever use it, we don't know. But we'd like to keep the option open.
Same question goes to amortization, because now the federal government is looking at 30-year, going back to 30 or longer amortization. Would that be applicable to municipalities too? Or, I mean, it's a strategy. I mean, whether you want to, it just allows for lower payments over a longer period of time, right?
We can borrow up to 30 years. Alberta Treasury offers 30-year loans right now. again, it all has to be considered with the total cost of borrowing as well.
Yep.
But sometimes that might be what you need because you might need a lower payment for whatever situation you're in, but then you're going to pay more ultimately in the end. So it's about balancing the benefits of that, right? We've never proposed anything higher than 20 at this point. And a +2, you also always want to, you never want to have your debt go longer than the life aspect, right?
Councilor Bermansky has a question. Go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane, for the presentation here. I have a couple questions related to, say, something like Service Place. I mean, it's finally going to be paid off here in short order, but I mean, it loses, you know, a couple $1 million every year. So where is that calculated into? Like, you know, when you build the project, you're not, you know, you're taking out the debt so that the taxes aren't increased. But where's the assurance that the taxes wouldn't be increased in the operating of it?
And sometimes there definitely is operating costs related to capital assets. So I think the one thing, and we're going to get into this actually a little bit later, so I'll just put a little bit of a preview for it. But really the value of the project and the assessment of the cost, like the operating costs, all of that has to happen before we ever start talking about how we're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know, really it's about that long-term value of the project to the community. And like when we put forward capital projects, we typically have operating impacts from those capital projects. So we're aware of them before we even get into it, because most of them even do. I mean, even a road, you have to plow it, right? You have to maintain it. You have to, you know, theoretically your RMR goes up. Every time you build an asset, I always say we build liabilities, right? Because as soon as you build it, you have to start maintaining it and planning for its replacement.
Life cycle reserve.
Yeah. And that's with the 1.5%. Like, I mean, you guys have supported a great strategy for RMR, and so we're doing that. Not on a project by project basis, but more on a global basis.
Okay, and then the other question is, you know, there's good debt if you buy the right house and you stay there, you know, for a long amount of time, and can really be bad debt if you buy the wrong house and then you have to transition and such. But so we're building, say, you know, the community amenities, for example, you know, focusing on that, and say, you know, we're projecting and we're just trying to keep costs down as we've done sort of in conversation currently, and we're building like a small version of everything what we really need for the future. What happens if we finance that and like it's not, you know, it's not working, it's not big enough for the needs? Then would you overlap a second one, or what do you do in that scenario?
I mean, that would obviously be a council decision and discussion, but in essence, it would be a new project. It would be an expansion of something. And it would be treated as a new and separate project, you know, subject to all the criteria of its long-term benefits to the community, and then the discussion about how it's going to be funded, because maybe there's a grant opportunity.
Right.
You know, like, you know, that slide that Anne went through with all the cogs on it, you know, it's like there's lots of opportunities and different ways to fund things, and it's about making sure all those things work together, right? I mean, we certainly want to, maximizing grants is always our number one thing that we want to try and do, right? So we're always looking for grants. We're always, you know, and sometimes we've seen big ones in the recreation area come up. We haven't necessarily always been successful, but we do our best to apply for them.
So if you're financing, you should do the maximum benefit term for the project, correct?
So sorry, can you repeat that?
If you're financing anyhow, like, you know, say, you know, for example, on amenities, you know, you could really use like, you know, 20 courts by the time this is paid for instead of 6, or you could use this many fields or whatever. So in the finance model, would you be building bigger is the goal, rather than if you know, of course, if you're having to put it on the taxpayers, you're trying to keep costs down, and you know, we're limiting the needs, I guess.
Maybe I could jump in real quick. I would just say, Councillor, you know, I think the discussion of the needs, right, based on the analysis, and then ultimately the public interest, that the funding debt is simply a tool to realize that determination, right? And so that would be a council decision with, you know, the homework and the recommendation ultimately of administration ahead of time. And so, you know, the policy allows us to do that, or allows us to make an informed decision about how much, you could stretch that particular piece. But I would offer the amenity, to use your example, the amenities, should be decided based on the public interest and the community needs, right? And then the debt model exists to inform whether we can do that or not, right? Ultimately, if that makes sense.
Right.
So two separate related components, though. One really exists to enable the other, which is council's determination.
So council's got to get it right, in other words.
Well, I think we all do, right? I mean, council, ultimately we have to do our homework, right, to inform your decision, for sure.
Okay.
That'll become part of our next steps too.
And I think we can learn from past mistakes. I'm not sure, Diane, was there a bigger pool imagined for Service Place at one point?
No, the pool was the pool size, but it wasn't.
I feel like that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there were bigger locker rooms, there were bigger.
So we
there
cut
was-
corners and we pay for it.
There was a different roof, there was different HVAC, there was different, all of that. And we cut corners to stay within the 40 million instead of
42 million.
42 million, yeah, instead of. Believe me, this was my life.
For 42 million.
This was my life.
Yeah, that's right in 2000 and what?
Yeah, and we took on ridiculous policies and should have been, right, sorry.
You're not done, Diane.
No. Okay, so I'm actually just gonna pass it back to him.
So just to talk about kind of some of the sections that were changed to kind of fill in the gaps of what we discussed today. So under the policy changes, the repayment of debt section, that first section A, that's where when we were talking about, we did a revision to acknowledge that in the case of that worst case scenario, that offset site levy fund doesn't have sufficient money, that we need to fund it from that tax base, that we want to acknowledge and build that into the policy, that we're acknowledging that and building into internal limit for that and acknowledge that. Keep in mind that this risk is occurring, like that the risk of this occurring is very, very minimal, but it's not zero. So that we also actively manage this risk by regular analysis of our reserve, our offsite levy reserve and minimum payments on that. So which is required by the policy. And then sections B and C provide that tax stabilization that we've been talking about as the city undergoes more debt. So this is while we intend to choose our debt terms to support that laddering, where we consistently have debt expiring to offset new debt, that will not always be possible and align exactly in time. So what we don't want to do is allow an expiring debt to reduce the tax rate in 1 year, only to have it increase the tax rate in the following near years. So as the city previously introduced and council supported that mechanism to invest in maintaining its existing infrastructure, that 1.5% infrastructure funding mechanism, while providing for growth. This amendment to the capital funding formula is required to be an effective tool to support that laddering principle. So within that strategy. So we want to make sure that that concept of the new debt coming off while applying the reduction of old debt to minimize those tax impacts. And so it's really a stabilization technique as much as possible. It's not going to be perfectly aligned that it's always stable, but that it's a mechanism to allow for that.
See a question. So, okay, let's say we have $2 million of servicing and now it's gone off and we're not going to do debt for another year or two for whatever reason. So that 2 million then is good. Now you're going to put it in part of what?
We're going to put it as part of in the capital reserve to be used for funding capital projects. So for that 2 years, so that 2 million will be applied to be funding capital projects. And then in that 2 years where then we take on new debt, it'll offset that debt servicing of the debt we're taking on.
So it's clear then that what we're doing is we're putting it towards this, we're just like basically temporarily.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then as soon as we do it, do we have it in the policy explicit that money, whatever's coming off, is to be the first to be used for new debt?
And you see that rate in section B, that it's redirected that pay as you go on an interim basis, such as time as new debt. So that is explicitly stated.
Okay, so just so we understand, that's the first.
And that's why we wanted to intend so it was clear what it's going to be used for.
Okay.
And then and as a result of that, we'll need to do updates to the budgeting, guiding, taxing principle policy, but we know that. And then there was also acknowledgement that the Service Place debenture fully retired. And then other minor policy changes Some of the more minor policy changes were done to the definitions, council roles and responsibilities, that introduction section and clarity on debt terms, just to reflect the new policy. So I know that there was acknowledgement that the council has a say in those prioritization, like we're talking about that as debt is one tool of it, but there's a more funding strategy that we're trying to get to. And we wanted to acknowledge that council has a say in that prioritizing section part. And then that's also explicitly stated in the introduction and context that there's a broader prioritization process that we will be looking at and aligning and consolidating for that more holistic look. So that we wanted to make sure that that's stated, that that's before the decision is made to debt finance. That's just one of the mechanisms. There's a whole process that happens before that.
So, thanks for that. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You used some terms in your report that I wasn't aware of. So long-term debt, this is E under, the change. It says in support of overall long-term debt strategy. The CAO may also choose alternate repayment structures. I understand a couple of them. I don't understand them all. So such as level debt service, fixed principal, bullet. I haven't heard of that one before, and fixed it, unless that's a silver bullet.
And that goes to Councillor McBride's question, where we wanted to make sure there was flexibility, that if there was options to have different methods of paying it off or structuring the debt, then that we could utilize that. We're not currently utilizing any of those forms right now, but we wanted to make sure in the future that opened us up to that flexibility.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, I can explain what they are.
I was gonna say, maybe we'll kind of take that one as an IR and go through a couple of them and explain them. It's kind of harder to explain.
What is paying off your interest differently?
Are they in the definition, right in the definitions?
Yeah.
Put them in there? Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's just you pay your interest in the first term and first half, and then you work off your principal, very similar to like your mortgage, if you want, some debt.
Yeah.
We've got some of them in the definitions of the policy, but if we feel like they need more, we can even, update them before we bring them back to council, or we'll just provide more information to council.
They're not listed in the back.
We'll get the information before it goes to. Sure.
I think Google it.
They're listed in the definitions within the
Policy itself, not in the report.
policy. And then just to summarize the proposed, because we talked about a lot of changes, so we just wanted to kind of summarize in a slide here that you can see the proposed debt limits on the left. So as a reminder, these are the limits to the total amount of principal outstanding on all our loans at any given point in time. So as mentioned previously, those MGA debt limits are something that we can't ignore. So we kept those in place. This is that legislated limit set by the province. So remains in place. And then our current policy further restricts on the left-hand side, the MGA limit by setting that 85% max factor. And we're recommending that this policy component remains in place. So that's that need to ensure that we have an access to a reasonable amount of debt, like with an unexpected emergencies or events or something to our existing infrastructure. So the ability for council to access this additional 15% is defined within the policy as emergency purposes, but it's kind of that additional lens to say, hey, we want to make sure we can transition, be flexible to adapting environments. And so then we're recommending the removal of the tax supported debt limit. This is not required, as the goals from this policy section will be protected within those revised debt servicing limits of the new policy. So this allows the decisions to focus around the priority and the sustainability rather than being tied to that arbitrary allocation. So maintaining this restriction has the potential to be unnecessarily restrictive versus it's really about refocusing our attention on the ability to pay versus any specific debt. And next we'll move on to debt servicing limits on the right. And that these are the limits that refers that like our annual payments on all of the borrowing. So that's our principal and interest. So when we talk about that, like we're talking about ability to pay, this is the lens we need to ensure long-term viability. We're looking to remove the two policy section, replace with that new one with the two percentages. As with the discussed before, the MGA limit, we're always we can't ignore it. We'll keep that in place even on the debt servicing limits. And then we have, as Diane just went into more detail, that's the shift of the policy amendment that we have that additional 2 ones that base our internal debt servicing limits tied to our operating budget, that being 12% for tax supported and 18% for total debt. And so this is then not requiring both of those internal debt servicing limits, as Diane showed. Our internal max percentage budgets are more conservative, and they kind of put us in a better predictor of our ability to be transitioning and focus on that future. So we're removing those 2 internal limits as a recommendation. So then on to next steps. And just, I know Councillor Romanski already brought up, it's really administration will work to council to prioritize that are the future capital project plans to be considered for debt financing as input into that long-term strategy and the multi-budget plan. So what we've discussed today is this is the policy for that tool of debt, but there's a more broader financing overall and prioritization discussion that needs to happen and strengthen. So we're going to work with council to strengthen, consolidate our prioritization criteria and process to support that more holistic long-term plan. Shortly, you're going to be, one example is that council is going to be participating in a density workshop June 25th. And that will be discussing like additional considerations for prioritizing and investing our capital and those other lenses that we should be looking at when we're making the decision of whether we're going to invest in this capital project or this development in those conversations. So we're understanding those are next steps that we have to now take this into that broader strategy discussion. So that was a great question on the overall impacts of whether this investment is worth it. Or like Shelley's question on, okay, there's going to be operating impacts, or is this going to be a value added to the community? So yeah, we'll take any questions that council may have.
I've been interrupting you with questions, so that will put it up. Everything. Go ahead.
So I tried to wait to the end.
No, it's good.
Okay, so you
we're just
mentioned,
excited.
I was really glad that you mentioned with the emergency debt allocation, because that's the thing is that number 9, for example, kind of came out of a very little pre-planning ability. So, and that wasn't a small amount. So how much do we have with the current numbers today? How much are we allocating for potential emergency debts? Like, what's the actual number? I know you said like it's like a 15%, but what does the actual number end up being?
Debt service.
So is it,
or whatever
that
it
like
is that you're
maybe 40, something like that.
Really? I
I think
can't.
it's about 340 million is our total debt limit.
Okay.
So it's 15% of that.
Okay, so around 50 million.
Yeah. Now, we would have probably not considered, like, based on the new policy, Project 9 would probably not have fit under emergency purposes if you read the definition. Like, we're talking about like a catastrophic bridge collapse. Like, really, we're going to be talking about RMR. Growth will almost never fit into an emergency category.
I feel like we
in my
knew about
opinion.
Project 9 for a while. We just were
Yeah.
blinded,
Yeah.
pretending to be.
You just have to look at what happened in Calgary.
Well, that's a great
That's an
example.
emergency.
It's the shocks to the system, right? That's
Or when some member of council makes a motion for a boring bylaw for Millennium, which was a plant, right? So that could happen.
And I think that's going to be the advantages of having these longer term discussions. Like, we will have that kind of 20-year look. So hopefully, big, huge projects like that shouldn't just kind of come out of nowhere. If a new idea comes up or it gets added, hopefully it's later on in the plan, like year 12, like we're considering building this like way down the road, right?
The other thing it came in my head, and I have it here now. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I was going to ask you. I have a different question, but I did think of at least. So service place, that is a part of a levy, not part of our, I know it's like, how are we handling service place next year? I guess when it gets retired, because we also had a decreasing amount. So the amount that we still owe for the total debt amount is actually quite a bit less than the original 42 million. So is that going to be put into this policy where we now do the capital, or is it going to be because it's a separate levy, we're not doing it that way?
So that one, like the treatment of it, because it was a separate levy and that was agreed upon, that would be treated that it would just reduce the offset once it retires. So if any future debt once we have this policy in place, we would
Make a motion to not lower the operating.
It could, yeah. Like, I think the promise from that original debt was that it would reduce the taxes once it expired, and that was the original promise 20 years ago. That was what we intended to follow unless we have council direction to do otherwise.
Just it annual?
It's not much. It's only like 300,000.
Yeah, the last portion is a lot. And we have been applying, like we've offsetting it from any increases. So that has been the concept mostly on the future budget. But the next, one is a very small amount. I think it's around, the servicing is what, 300,000 maybe or something?
Something around that.
Okay, so it's nominal anyway, either way. So I guess the other thing I had was when we were discussing a few months ago, we were in a strategies, like we were in a crisis situation saying we're gonna hit our debt limit potentially quite quickly, and how are we gonna make room for this to happen? And now the policy is actually to make it lower than what it was. And I realize it's so that we can actually accommodate emergent issues that may come on, but how are we now, how have we gone from not having enough room at all to now we are having enough room and we're lowering the limit?
Well, I think what we were showing on that original one is the way that the projects sit in the 10-year plan right now, in terms of their timing, does not fit with any old limit, any new limit, and it didn't fit within the existing limits. I think what we were trying to show is that what we currently have sitting on our 10-year plan is not feasible. And what we've shown now is how we would propose spreading it out to be able to make some of those things happen. But as you can see, like from the chart we were looking at, there's still room there. So like some of those things could probably be brought forward a little bit, or different projects, or like there's a lot of discussions that we had. Like we didn't put in stuff to put us right to our limit. Like I said, it's an upper limit. We're not really striving to get there. Like it's not a goal to get to our limit.
Right.
It's there as an upper end. And so it's still to do with council's comfort. It also it makes a difference in terms of tax impact, right? Like we need to know what else is happening in that year that's causing potential tax increases in years where we add it. I think, Stephen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what we tried to do is not only did we try and kind of stay within our limits when we put these projects in, we tried to keep the maximum tax increase impact under 4%, which is still very high, right? I mean, because that's not even including just your general tax. That would be specific for debt. But we tried to make it so that it was a max 4%. Those will be decisions council will have to make, right? Because moving a project might not help the tax impact because it might be an offsite levy project, right? It might have to be a tax supported one that has to get shuffled around or rescoped or phased, or I mean, there's lots of options, right, to how to make it happen.
So the other thing is the community amenities site. You have it scheduled for 2034 to start. So I guess that's like 10 years from now, before, like that's going to be like dirt for 10 years. And we also have a school site that we're like, hey, you can put a school here. And at the same time, but hey, we're also not planning to put any amenities next year for a decade. Like I'm trying to, I understand it's because it's a large ticket item and that's maybe why we're pushing it back. And I also think that if we push it back by the 10 years, the 157, just as you said, inflation is probably low with what we're coming in at. So I'm trying to kind of also come to an understanding with that one, because I don't think it's fair to put a high school in something and then tell them that we're also not putting anything else there for another 10 years.
Maybe I could offer, like, I think that chart, right, that the table is it's factual in terms of what we know today from a cost perspective, but it's indicative in terms of the relative prioritization. So I think that speaks to Anne's next steps. If community amenities is pulled forward, that is absolutely council can do that, but then what else is going to give, right, in terms of the relative prioritization? And that's the next step discussion we have to have with council. So it was put in there to make it fit. That doesn't mean that that's where you will mandate that it's going to be, right? I think, but that discussion is the next step on this, is council to be able to influence the prioritization and the sequencing with the ability of the team now to model what that means, right?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the modeling of seeing the decision. Are we planning, I guess I'm gonna ask, when are we going to have a further discussion about the community amenities site? I'm not sure to look at. It's not you guys specifically, I'm looking, but when are we, like, we've done, like, we're doing public consultation stuff, and then even after that, it's going to be like, what is the next step, even if it's a small step, like not even a large building, but something else? When is that going to be coming forward to council?
So that can be at council's direction. So we are still working on some of the studies on the land, partnership model, those kinds of things. So we could be ready next year to bring back sort of a state of, and it'll be them prioritizing what you meant go first.
Right.
That will be
sometime next year.
we can bring that back to council when you're ready to have that conversation.
So I mean, even like the bike park potential or other grass area, like especially if we're thinking about putting a high school there, there needs to be some kind of grass area that we could at least put in for landscaping, even if you aren't putting in a total building. So yeah, I think that would be helpful just so that we, I think that not doing anything for 10 more years would be a challenge, but we could something, I'm just thinking, Wes, before you said we should at least do something small is what we were thinking, even if it's, so I think that discussion needs to happen as well. And so I guess you said, one of the things I just want a little bit of clarity, I think that's the questions for now, is about how does it protect us? Because you said like this policy is designed to protect us. So could you just like explain a little bit more what you meant by that?
And I can start, it was like Diane said, it's more on the new debt, like when we make the decision. So like the existing debt that we have, but it's when we make new investing decisions, it's evaluating the environment, our susceptibility to changes based on that, of the interest rates, percentage of budget and those pieces. So that's where it's really protecting us to be flexible. Like if anything's taught us in the last 5 or 6 years, it's how we need, like economy can change on a dime with inflation rates and having to navigate a different environment. So we need to ensure that only a certain percentage of our budget is allocated, that because we have to be able to navigate.
Understand that. So when is the first retired debt expected to happen then? Since we had no debt for the longest time, and these are all 20-year debts for the most part, and Service Place is not currently on the books to have it. And if we did do it, it would still involve a tax increase. Like we'd be like 300,000, but we're still charging, so it would, the taxpayer would still see it as a tax increase, regardless of the fact that it would just be a different way to put it on your bill. When is the first debt expected to retire, and how much would that be?
After Service Place?
Yeah, or period, like when is our next one coming to a close?
Given drives that are coming in the next.
And I think we have a few short-term ones related to the fire hall, the land.
Yeah.
And Project 9, I think, has a small one. Actually, that one might be done, but fire hall, the land
We
component.
did do a few debts only on a 10-year term.
Okay.
We kind of started to work into this laddering concept. So we do have a few coming due, but for the most part, Project 9 would have been our oldest debt. And I'm pretty sure the one was 20 years and then one was very short.
Yes.
It's only 3 years, so it's already expired.
I believe there's a fire hall
A short one for fire hall that I have.
that was 3 years. I think that,
Already.
or is about to be.
Yeah.
I think that's the next
One of the most recent ones we did last year might have been on a 10-year term, wasn't it? For North St. Albert Trail or Villeneuve?
The 2 that we took out last year, and were 10 years.
For 10 years. So, yeah, so I think that was Villeneuve and North St. Albert Trail were 10-year ones. So yeah, we don't have a ton expiring in the next little while. Like that's why getting to this concept of laddering, it's going to take time. Like we can't do it overnight and we can't shorten all the debt terms because it makes the payments too high. So
All
we have
the
to
ones
balance.
that are retiring, like you said, Service Place, there was a commitment to just lower the taxes when it was done. But the other ones, when they retire, they go with this policy. They will.
Yeah, I think they should be based on this policy.
Okay.
Service Place was very specific because it was done as a separate levy and there was a very public commitment to do that. So I think we should follow through on that.
Okay, yeah,
But I think any existing debts that we have now, this new policy should apply.
okay. And is that explicit somewhere? Like,
That's in here. That's
Okay.
one of the things.
Yeah. The repayment of debt.
Okay, so what would be helpful, whether it's an IR or memo, whatever, is just let us know the amount of that's going to be retiring in the next, like, say, between now and 2030. And how much of that would mean on today's borrowing, you could actually borrow without increasing the taxes. Like, so if you say that we're going to have whatever, $1 million in 2027, and that would mean that this was the amount of debt that we could actually pay on today's interest rates. That would just be helpful, just so we have an idea of, for future planning, especially when something comes forward, what the tax impacts would be on that. Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, and it's just as far as, just the general debt, I think the challenge that people have is that it's not about the house mortgage, it's about people thinking that we have the debt and they're going to use it for like credit card spending. Is what people are concerned about, is that we're taking out a mortgage for credit card spending, is what we're trying to communicate to the public. I think that's the biggest hurdle to overcome from a perception point of view, is explaining the necessary infrastructure versus
the wants and then putting it onto debt levels. So
And it's very clear that debt can't be used for operating purposes.
Yeah.
In the policy, with the very rare exception, we do have a line of credit. So for those like small time, potential timing cash flow issues, we've had that line of credit we've never used it. We've never had to, but we always have to have that flexibility. But other than that, it's very clear in the policy that it can't be used for operating purposes. It's for capital.
I think you guys spend a lot of time thinking about this policy. Like it's like the amount of work that's involved with the people who are also being really quiet in the room.
Save that for debate.
But it's really good.
Mike?
Yeah, just, on page 35, top, it says the total debt servicing and total supported debt. This excludes any amount budgeted for existing debt servicing. So when I think about buying a new house, I think, oh, I've got all these other payments behind me. I think you kind of sort of answered it, but could you clarify why it doesn't look backward and include any of the amount budgeted for existing debt, those two limits, the 18 and 12?
So what I was trying to explain is that, so if we had, I'm trying to use real round numbers, I'm probably gonna get the math wrong. But if our overall city budget was $100 million, say, and 10 million, or yeah, 10 million of it was, we're already committed to debt payments, right? We want the calculation of our limit to not include that debt, because every time we increase our debt, our budget goes up, right? And so I don't want us to have a higher debt limit because we keep increasing our budget with debt. So it was that whole concept of you shouldn't get access to more debt because you took on debt. So
It's the difference between the total debt in dollar figures, right? That MGA limit, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the way I've squared it in my head. So if I'm wrong, I need to be corrected, but, right? And so, right, so we've got that 10 million. And then, you know, when you look at our total debt limit, that is absolutely factored into that overall number, right? The calculating the 12 and the 18%, those would not factor, you'd only be calculating that based on the 90 million that's remaining in the budget. And so it's actually not increasing your liability, it's decreasing your liability over time. Yeah, we got that right correctly. That makes sense. Yeah.
She's doing the math of this.
so I'm just trying to show, so if we have a total budget of $100 million, 90 million of it is related to provision of services to the community and 10 million is it for debt. Instead of making our debt limit 12% of 100 million, we only want to make it 10% of 90 million.
So maybe Diane, just crank it up. So let's say we're going to take out another $10 million, or I guess a $9 million. Yeah, $10 million. I think that works for 12%. Right. So now we've got $20 million worth of total debt, right? But that 10 million factored into is still within the 12% of the 90, correct?
Right, so the next year we add on another 10 million of debt, which brings our total budget now up to 110. But that 110 includes $20 million worth of debt payments. We still only want to base our limit on 90.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So so we don't want our debt limit to keep going up and allow us to take on more debt just because we keep adding debt to our budget. So that makes sense? Yeah. I'm sorry for people online that can't see money.
Whiteboard.
Yeah.
It needs to be, somebody use the permanent markers all the way.
Cleaner. Are you good?
Yeah,
for
thank you.
questions?
That clarified it. I was, again, trying to think of, I borrowed money, my credit rating goes up. Oh, you can now borrow way more money.
Yeah.
This provision safeguards against that. Good. Thank you. Took me a while to get it. I appreciate it.
Councilor Jolly, Councilor Romansky, any questions? No? Anyone else? Wow. It's such a big thing. Make a motion? Okay, Councilor Broadhead's gonna make a motion.
Okay. I move that the standing committee of the whole recommend to council that the updated council policy C-FS-03 debt management as attached to the agenda report entitled Debt Management Policy CF. Yes. Redated June the 11th, 2024 be approved.
Any debate on that?
certainly want to thank administration for putting together a very comprehensive policy, and it was well presented today too. I mean, we have lots of questions, but it wasn't presented as well as it was a year ago. Three. So, but anyway, thanks for that. I appreciate that. And I think anytime there's a structured policy that guides our community, the community is well managed as a result.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Anyone else on debate?
Nothing to say.
Go ahead, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Jolly.
Sure. What I like about this policy is that it's sensitive to the effects on taxpayers. As opposed to something we're just doing debt. This is like, how is this actually going to affect the people that are paying for it? And it's also trying to decrease our risk once we take on additional debt. So that is like this, as I said before, I think this has actually been thought through very carefully from that lens. Which I really appreciate, because that is ultimately the people who have to pay for it want to make sure that what's being handled is not going to have unexpected surprises. And I also appreciate the fact that you have that emergency debt allocation. I actually wrote that down, and then you're like, I did it. And I'm like, okay, good. Because how do we handle those unexpected situations? If we max out our debt, we don't have room for it, then we're really in a bad situation. So I appreciate how that lens is what really brought us to where we are today with this recommendation, this policy. I just want to thank you guys for doing that, because I can tell that, like we discussed this today, this is nothing, I'm confident, compared to what has been hashed out for many months as we figure out how we're going to manage debt and still be able to build the infrastructure we're looking for. So thank you for that. That's it.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I also want to extend my thanks to administration. This is an excellent policy. And, you know, I want to comment, I have so few, or I didn't have any questions today or comments really, because this process of teaching council about debt policy, debt management has been ongoing for, you know, the entire 6.5 years that I've been sitting in this chair. So I also want to extend my thanks for kind of all the work that's gone in year after year after year to really make sure that not only council understands the importance of debt and the importance of caution as we use debt, but also kind of providing opportunities for the public to maybe understand how this works, because, you know, like Mayor Heron commented earlier, there's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about what debt is and how it's used to build a community. So thanks so much for that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what this pointed out, that, you know, you can be risk or debt averse versus debt astute. And I think this has kind of helped us shift our mind to the debt astute side of the equation. The other thing is we have to remember too of our, we spoke a lot about residential, but there's our businesses pay taxes too. And the analogy I would use is if you need to grow your business and go out and borrow to buy a wheelbarrow or a front end loader, you're doing that because you get to use it and generate revenue from it. So you're not just borrowing. If you waited forever and ever to borrow that money to buy the front end loader, you miss all those revenue opportunities and your business would never grow. So it's important to borrow at the right time. You know, don't borrow too much. We've got that safety net in there. So that's important too. But as we all, you know, as you started, Diane, borrowing the house to buy the house, you get to live in it, you get to raise your kids in it, you buy it when it's a lot cheaper than later on. And so it's all about timing and being able to use it and plan ahead. And I think this conversation will probably have to have a lot of times with, you know, a lot of residents over the next little while, but it's absolutely the right direction. We've got some really key things on our to-do list that we really need to get after. You can't argue about the need for a policing headquarters. We're growing, so we have to be able to borrow at the right time and at the right pace. This is policy that will help guide us in that direction.
All right, any close?
Nothing further.
All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. It is minutes to noon.
Lunch should be here in about 5 minutes.
Okay. You want to, I see Peter here, you want to start on the committee stuff? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna just take it, we'll start on the next agenda item, which is the recruitment and onboarding of committees, because I see Peter Haley is back. So Peter, you want to come up to the presenter area? You might luck out and join us for lunch. But you lucked out, you could join us for lunch.
Excellent.
Sandwiches, I think.
We don't have the appropriate libation, however.
Thanks, guys. All right, before we get into this, let's hear what Peter has to say. Obviously, you've read the agenda package, Peter.
You bet.
Yeah.
So just a point that our board hasn't had a chance to discuss this issue as a board, but I have talked to our board co-chairs about this, and they asked me to present their views so far. So in summary, the board supports the recommendations on the recruitment and onboarding for council appointments to the library board and other council committees, including point A, applicant screening for residency and employment status, and B, applicant screening for suitability based on objective criteria and qualifications through a matrix developed by Legislative Services in consultation with the council committee chair, in our case, the library board chair, and the staff liaison, in our case, again, the library CEO. Just some discussion about this. Council, of course, has the right and the responsibility to appoint members to the library board under the Alberta Libraries Act. The board notes that the current appointment process has served the library and the community well, with council making thoughtful appointments of excellent trustees to the library board over the years. This is not an occasion where the board is saying, something's going wrong. They're just saying the process could be improved. One of the changes has been over the years, without a formal role in the appointment process, boards over the years were able to have some input into recruitment and appointment of new members through the city councillor appointed to the board. The council rep could discuss with the board what skills or qualifications the board might be prioritizing for a prospective new member. As council ended this appointment of a councillor rep to the library board in 2021, the board no longer has this avenue for input. The chair's role. The board supports the development and implementation of a matrix by Legislative Services in consultation with the council committee chair, library board chair, and the library CEO. The board suggests that without a council rep on the board chair's role could be increased, perhaps by the chair participating in the review of applicants and making recommendations to council. This is we notice in the municipal scan, this is the practice at Edmonton, and we know many other municipalities where this happens. Finally, about onboarding. Once new library board members are appointed, responsibility for the new members and their onboarding shifts from Legislative Services to the library board, the board chair, and the library CEO. We make a modest request that the resumes and contact information of appointees be shared with the chair and CEO as soon as possible so that onboarding may begin expeditiously. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions of Peter? Any questions from home for Peter? All right.
Thanks.
Thanks. That's awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Say thanks to the board.
Yeah.
When you meet.
Yeah.
Next week.
Is there? Marty, you're doing this one.
I'm doing this one. I just have some speaking notes. I don't have a PowerPoint. So I'm going to go through and just go over our current process for recruiting and onboarding council committee members. A bit of a summary of a municipal scan that Legislative Services and predominantly Cheryl undertook and what we kind of heard. And then I'm going to go into the recommended changes for improvements like Mr. Mr. Bailey pointed out, nothing's really broken, but we do think we can improve some things in the process. So I'll take us through that. So the first part, which is our current process, this isn't going to be new to everybody, but just for the benefit of the public in case people aren't aware. So our current process, our recruitment is conducted annually in the fall in accordance with a council policy that we have called civic agencies, with the goal of having all successful applicants start their term in the beginning of the following year, in January of the following year. Essentially, council moves into committee of the whole in camera for the purpose of interviewing the applicants and then making recommendations to council from there about who should be appointed. In our current process, all applicants are interviewed. So when people apply, they rank their choices from 1 to 10, and we try to give them their first or second option during the interviews, but everybody is scheduled for an interview. And then the committee of the whole members are grouped into 2. We usually try to have the council member who is a member of that, who is the member sitting on the council committee at the time, be one of the 2 doing the interviews. And then those recommendations go to council, and council makes the appointments at the organizational meeting in October for terms that begin generally January of the following year. So that's our current process. For recruitment.
At the org meeting.
I think so.
No, we do, we interview in November.
Yeah, we interview in November.
Oh, okay, sorry, then that's my mistake. That's okay. Yeah, yes, that's right. Around budget time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah.
December sometime.
Yeah. And then, so that's the recruitment process we currently use. And in terms of onboarding, once the appointments are made, right at the beginning of January, we have an onboarding, council committee onboarding, I guess, session. Yeah, it's not mandatory, but we encourage everybody to attend who's a council committee member, new or returning, and we go through the basics, policies, the bylaws, some procedures, responsibilities, code of conduct, those kinds of things. And this year we're implementing or we're piloting a new, somebody recommended that maybe we could use, we could benefit from a mid-year Q&A session. So once council committee members have done it for a few months, they might have more questions than before in January. So we're holding a Q&A session later this month.
Thursday, I think.
Yeah, it's Thursday. And we've received some really good questions actually. So I think we'll see how this goes, but we might be doing that kind of going forward. Okay, that's current state. And then when we did the municipal scan, we kind of saw, as Mr. Bailey kind of alluded to, there's a bit of differences in how this kind of goes all throughout the municipalities in Alberta. So some municipalities have all of council interview all the applicants. Other municipalities have the staff liaison and committee chairs conduct all of their recruitments and interviews and then forward their recommendations to council for approval. Other municipalities have only the mayor and the council members who serve on those council committees conduct the interviews and recommend who should be appointed to council. Other places use a skills matrix during the interview process. Some places have the staff liaison and just legislative services staff conduct all the interviews based on criteria that are established and then forward the recommendations to council. And finally, other municipalities create smaller committee, council committee, kind of like an interviewing committee. They're not called that, but to interview all the applications, undertake interviews if necessary, because not all places do actually interview. Some places just appoint after they see the applications, and they make recommendations for council to approval. So based on that, Ledge Services also met with Human Resources, and we kind of talked to them about recruitment and onboarding for employees and volunteers generally to see what our gaps were and where we could align. So our recommendations are a couple of recommendations for the recruitment part. So for recruitment, we are recommending that before interviews are scheduled, after applicants have applied, that administration screens the applicants based on just objective criteria. So nothing subjective. It would be only you identify whether you're a St. Albert resident or not. And if you're not, then you're not able to serve on the committee, so you would not be interviewed. So we would screen those out. Also, if you're a city employee, you would identify that and you could not be then interviewed as well. And then there's not very, the bylaws for some of the committees talk about, we prefer if you have this kind of skill when we appoint a member. That's too subjective. We would only screen out things that say, like, for example, in the policing committee bylaw, they say you cannot be a member of the RCMP in order to serve on the policing committee. So if we review the resume and we see you're an RCMP member, we would not schedule that person for an interview for the policing committee because it's very objective. So that's our first recommendation. We don't need any changes to the bylaws or policies to do this. We would just do this internally. The second thing we're recommending is that we develop a matrix for use by the interview panel, a skills matrix for certain, not all, but some of the council committees. So for the ones that say, we prefer if you have financial background or art historian background. So there's some committees that have these kinds of preferences. We would create a skills matrix for use by the interviewing panel to kind of rank the applicants based on those skills, because then it's easier to figure out who is a good fit for the committee. So that's the second recommendation on the recruitment side. And again, we do not need any changes to the bylaws or policies to do this. We would just implement it. In terms of onboarding, once the recruitments are done, we are recommending that for the members who are recommended to be appointed to the internal audit steering committee and the policing committee, that they have to provide a police information check as a condition of their appointment. So prior to the term starting, they would have to provide a clear police information check given the substance of the information that they handle specifically. So we reviewed this with human resources, and we kind of felt this was a good balance of which committees ought to be required to do police information checks and which don't need to. But that said, we are also, as part of the onboarding process, recommending that all committee members are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. We don't currently really do that uniformly, so we would implement that going forward for everybody new and old. As well, for the onboarding process, we are recommending that we kind of provide a bit more robust FOIP training than we currently do, just so there's a bit more understanding of the FOIP requirements. And then finally, so all of those processes, we would just do all those internally. The standing committee of the whole recommends that administration proceed with these recommendations. We would just start them in the fall 24 intake. But we are also recommending that we update the advisory committee bylaws to standardize the requirements that city employees may not be on those committees and that you have to be a St. Albert resident, and also to make sure that the code of conduct is attached to all of those bylaws. They're not currently, they don't all say that. So we would like to update and recommending that we update those bylaws in order to standardize that and make it more uniform. And that is it. That's the end of my speaking notes. Please feel free to ask any questions, and Cheryl and I are happy to answer them for you.
Why don't we?
Or go have lunch. It's a good break. Okay.
And then we'll take 20 or 30 minutes, and then we'll get to questions on this. Is that okay with you guys at home? Okay, thanks. All right, what time is it now? 7. It's 7. 12:11. Let's aim for 12:30. We'll see if we can do it. If not, maybe 12:35. counselors from home had their hands up early, and I don't know which one up first, so I'll go with you, Counselor Bermanski, then you, Counselor Jolly.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think my sound kicked in now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Marta, thank you for the presentation. I just had a few questions when you were going through the, the variables in this plan. Was there any discussion with perhaps being too restrictive in the, in the roles? Like, you're mentioning that perhaps on an arts committee, it would be an arts history or whatever. But I mean, for example, on that committee, we currently have a literary agent, musician, a crafts person, arts, it's supposed to be council communicating with the public. So I'm a little bit worried about being too stringent on guidelines. Was there discussion about that?
Yes, thank you for the question. We had a lot of discussion about that, which is why when we made the recommendations, we were very clear that administration would not screen out anybody based on subjective criteria, that should be left to the interview process. So what we would do is we would essentially allow everyone to be interviewed who was not an employee or was not a St. Albert resident. Those would be the only ones that essentially would be screened out, with the exception of a couple minor things. What we would do instead is create a matrix. So for example, for arts development and advisory, the bylaw says that the council shall attempt to include people with the following expertise: practicing artist, art educator, art historian, architect, curator, etc. So essentially the matrix wouldn't, it would still be up to council who to recommend to appoint. And that skills matrix would just allow kind of like a point system to help rank the applicants essentially. But we had a lot of discussion and we did not feel it was appropriate for administration to restrict participation in any subjective way. So that's why we recommended it how we did.
Okay, and was it not always in all of our interviews, blocked if a person wasn't a resident of St. Albert? I thought that was always mentioned in every interview we ever did.
So I think that's right. That may be a question that was asked, but we as administration didn't ever screen for that, is my understanding. So there may have been some people who are not St. Albert residents who got through to an interview. Theoretically, that could have happened. So if these changes are implemented, people who are St. Albert residents will be allowed to interview. But if you're not a St. Albert resident, you won't even be allowed to proceed to the interview stage.
Okay. And so this would take away the ability of counselors interviewing unless you're on the committee, essentially, is what you're saying, right? Or you happen to be that chosen committee that interviews or whatever?
No, the committee, the whole process would still stay the same. So it would still be council, all of council move into committee the whole and get paired up into groups similar as it is now. It's just that who would all be sent to you to interview would have already been screened by the time they get to you, instead of just everybody being scheduled for an interview. And then depending on the committee that you're interviewing on, you may be supplied with a skills matrix to help you rank the applicants during the interview process.
Okay, and so you're proposing the interviews would be all in one day like it was before? That change wouldn't happen?
Correct. That's not being recommended to be changed right now.
Okay, just confirming that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Jolly.
Thank you. So my question is more around kind of concern that there's kind of not enough of that subjective screening prior to the interview stage. So I guess if there's any kind of feedback about that, my concern is that, if we have 200 applicants, which, we will at some point, how do we use our time well as committee of the whole? Interviewing 200 people for 30 spots might not be the best use of our time, or the time of the people coming in, especially if we could know subjectively that, hey, we can probably screen out a certain number of these people. I know Councillor Broadhead and I, there was one that clearly kind of before the interview stage, it was not a good fit. And so why would we make that person sit through an interview? So any thoughts about that, or kind of feedback about what other communities might do in that kind of, we don't want to waste the time of residents?
So thank you, Councillor Jolly. We really did talk a lot about this. And so in some other communities, it is a philosophical approach, whether administration should do the bulk of the interviewing / screening, or whether council should be the primary interviewers. Because in some municipalities, council doesn't interview at all. They simply rely on the recommendation of legislative services or staff liaisons to conduct the entire process, and they're just sent a list of applicants that they're being recommended to approve and appoint. So there are some philosophical debates had about that. We didn't know on what basis to make subjective criteria that could then be implemented by administration fairly, without being overly restrictive, to recommend at this time. Like when we discussed this with HR, it's really, that's the time, the interview process is the time to really kind of look at the subjective criteria. And right now, council does that part of it. So we were trying to help to make sure that the people who at least get to the interview stage are appropriate to interview. But we didn't think that was administration's role, or that we should recommend that change in the process right now.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor, I guess my question just would be generally to council, wondering if, you know, there would be interest, or if people have thoughts then about council kind of looking through, you know, I know each kind of group is sent a stack of resumes to go through those prior to having scheduled interviews, so that we can weed out people a little bit, so that we're not wasting their time when it's clearly not a good fit. So I would love to hear from council about that.
Good. Thanks. We're good. Pardon?
Don't we get that now?
We interview everybody.
We get, they're already scheduled for interviews by the time we get. So what Natalie's saying is we should get a look at it and maybe cross off a few. Kind of-
Pre-vet
So
them
do-
ourselves.
Yeah, pre-vet, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
What do you think?
I mean, I guess we would have to look at all of 90, because you're right. I mean, as our current process is, I mean, we get a number, I guess, the bundle of people.
You only read the ones that you're.
Yeah, we're only doing the one, and we go through, and I know from myself working with Councilor Romansky, I mean, she does that and I do that. We go through them quite clearly. So I guess now we would have to go through everybody's. Because what we do is, after we've had our interviews, we go in to meet in the hall and we have a discussion as to who, and sometimes we say, oh, this person would be an outstanding individual for something they didn't even apply for, but we've explored that. And they said, hey, yeah, that's something that I could. So I mean, I think there's the legislative process, and then there's our, we're gonna have either figure that out a little bit. So, I mean, let's say, what did we have last year? We had 94, 8, something like that. It was substantial. I mean, we went all day. And, so, if council's willing to take a look, I mean, this sets up, what's different in this process is you're proposing that you would do a lot of pre-vetting in relation to some of the criteria. I don't know if you're ever gonna find a perfect situation where you're gonna be able to be objective, get everything out. You have.
Well, no, Natalie asked, and I didn't see any hands up, folks can start pulling, but now I see Councilor Bermansky's hand up.
Yeah, just in relation to doing all those interviews, I mean, it was one day of the year and I actually enjoyed it to tell, you know, maybe I'm the only one, but I enjoyed the day of visiting with the people. And the thing is, you go through those resumes and, you know, I've learned in all my years in business, you can't tell a person by a resume. And, you know, some will pleasantly surprise you with, you know, what's there that you can't see on that resume, and others that you think, you know, would be a fit. You know, there's just barriers there. And I mean, it's our connection. It's our connection to the community and to the people that come forward and want to advise us and know us. And you know, I feel like I don't really want to shirk that responsibility, you know, to anyone else. I think I owe it to the public. And again, I'll interview 400 people. I don't care. I enjoy the process.
Not in one day.
It's an interesting question, though. And I think the one thing that people are perhaps not well aware of is how many positions are actually open or up for competition. And you're like, if you have 50 people interviewing for CSAV, for example, I want to be there, but there's 2 openings. But what you're actually doing is creating 48 losers. And they feel that way when they come in and they're well qualified and all of the rest. So I don't know how to manage that one. I too enjoy meeting the people, but we're here to actually find the best candidate for our committees. So I'm not sure I've got an answer. I imagine your debates were all over the place and what we should and what we shouldn't do. And I guess the buck stops at council. So if we have to interview 90 people, we interview 90 people. But it's just heartbreaking to look at people and say, you know what, you're a lovely individual, you've got skill sets, but there's 5 people that have PhDs in library science, or you know what I mean? And you're just not going to make the grade. So it's just, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that if we could find a way to screen before we get there, it would be helpful.
Thoughts, Mike?
I would just say, I think the proposed, sorry, again. I'm trying to get my furnace going off. I think the proposed skill matrix will maybe help kind of look at who is the real perfect, well, not perfect, really good fit for things or not. But I certainly know when we finished our interviews both years, we told people right up, great application, thank you very much for applying. There's, you know, X number of people applying for 2 positions. So we were trying to manage expectations up front, so that they knew that when they got the letter, it wasn't a surprise, and we were very upfront about that. But I think the proposal here would work. It's better. I think it's better than what we have now. It kind of will help give us a little bit of focus. So
If I may just add too, when we were talking about this, I know this kind of arose because there was a high volume of applicants last year, but we were also trying to balance like low volume years of applicants. And so we didn't want to be too overly screening out people on years where it's low volumes of applicants. So we were trying to be sensitive to that as well.
yeah.
If you're under 18, you're on the youth committee automatically.
But close, my thoughts would be that we just had a debate about we can't get enough volunteers. And here we have almost the concern about the opposite situation where we've got lots of people that want to volunteer. And so to Councillor Vermansky's point, I think us as council investing directly in those interviews and spending a day with residents is really, really good. So we're maybe in an enviable position where we're getting more volunteers than what we heard previously on the other subjects.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Hi, Margaret. So hold on. I don't need to ask that question. So the application form, is that going to change then? Because you have a matrix. In some cases, people put in their whole resume and then their biography since they wrote since birth. And in some cases, they just put like Marna and their address, and then they just submit it. And then we just have to figure out the questions as the interview goes on. So I guess, how are you going to develop it? Because the thing is that how you can develop the matrix, because I'm going to try to make all the sentences run together and make sense and stuff, make sentences. Because the skills that you need for one may not be the same as the other, right? So like I'm very concerned about us creating a bunch of work for you that in the end won't affect the final outcome, or that you're trying to like whack-a-mole on
sense. Yeah, so I think I heard a couple of things. So there's questions about the matrix and the development of it, how it would work potentially, and then also about the application process. So
Yes.
I'll tackle the matrix one first. So we don't think we will be in the position to develop a skills matrix for all of the committees. Because not all of the committees really, not all of the bylaws say like clearly, this is what kind of person you would prefer. They're just open. So for the ones where there are some criteria established, like for example, internal audit steering committee has some criteria, the policing committee has some, arts development has some. We would create a matrix it would be one piece of paper, and we kind of got templates from when we did our municipal scan. So I don't really think it would be that much work to just kind of have the skills on there for like skills on top and the names of the people who are being interviewed on there, and you would just score it. And then you could total the score so you could see who ranks the highest for that committee. So they're kind of ranked so you could remember, an easy way to remember for the interview panel. And, you know, I'm sure you take also notes and stuff like that. So maybe you don't even use the matrix if it's not useful, but that's kind of how we envisioned it and what other municipalities do. So that's what we thought we would do as well. On the application side, to be honest, I haven't really thought that through yet, the logistics of it. We did think through, especially after hearing the volunteer opportunities presentation this morning and all that kind of going on. We did think through potentially our job ads can be improved in terms of like being more clear about hours expected of work and like how often they meet, kind of have that out front more clearly. It is there, but it's not as clear in the job ad. So we did talk about that. So I'm sure we can talk about improving the applications. Do you have anything to add?
The application, we can change that, so we can say resident of the city Albert, not an employee in the city of Albert. And if we have specific like arts development basically, we can actually maybe put something like that in the application, just letting them know that we need requirements for these committees. If you're applying to these committees, this is what we are looking in the area council. But I think that's something we're gonna have to maybe sit down and look at once council makes a decision. But it's possible to do that.
And this is not online. You can't register for the committees online, right? Can you right now?
Yes, you
can. So you could put like a checkbox and say this, like the arts committee, and then please check if this is applicable. Because that would make it easier for you guys to actually just kind of consolidate that data. And you could say you can still apply even if you don't have these checkboxes. But if you do, please let us know. Something like that. And that way, I'm just trying to think of like how to minimize the impact if you guys have to go through 85 of these things and manually figure that out. So that would be helpful as well. Because that's the one thing I think of is that the application itself for the mandatory section is quite limited. And so then it doesn't allow us to necessarily know upfront exactly whether or not these people have the background that we're looking for these positions. Okay, yeah, I think that was, you also said that in there that you wanted to have like the committee chair involved in the matrix, and I appreciate that. I'm just not sure if it's necessary, if the criteria is right in the policy of what you're looking
for. Example, the library board, they don't really have anything in their bylaw about qualifications, but speaking with Mr. Bailey, they would really like to look for certain people. So we could develop a skills matrix with their help because they kind of know, yes, this would be beneficial. And to be honest, maybe for CSAC, which doesn't really have in their bylaw any kind of qualifications, maybe there's something that would be helpful that if somebody had it would rank higher and that would be better. So I mean, we're open to it. I think the chairs.
The other thing, again, this is just a suggestion. You guys, I'm almost afraid to offer it because sometimes we have to do the opposite of what I ask, but is that it maybe at the bottom, we could just say, what is the biggest skill set you think you're bringing to the table? Like just like to write it out. So, cause some people might be like, I'm really good at accounting and fiscal stuff. And some people might be, I'm really good at, and just, that's their like 1, 2, or 3 items to think that they're their strongest skill sets as a summary. Cause again, when you're trying to go through, when they attach their resume, the resume's work is not necessarily everything. And it also, you have to dig. So if we can have it up front, then it might be easier for discussions.
I appreciate that. We will meet after assuming this goes ahead for the 24 fall intake, all of the administrative kind of things will implement it. We will be implementing. I've taken these notes. These are really good notes. And I think there's probably potential to talk to HR, because maybe we could do the recruitment slightly differently and just do it on a different system and screen people out and ask different questions, which would also help during the interview process. If you could see on the application, this is how they answered the question, what do you bring, the best asset you would be bringing to this community? So maybe you could restructure your questions on the interview panel based on that, right?
And in relation to what Councillor Jolly brought up about the limit, like I can see the point of view of saying we want to see everybody. The challenge we have is that sometimes somebody comes in and they're not going to fit into CSAC because it's 2 spots and we've got 13 people that applied, but they would be a good spot for subdivision appeal board or something like that. And so they don't even realize it until after, or we're trying to figure out how to fit all the slots in. So that's the challenge, is making sure that they actually check off boxes that are potentials. But there 1 or 2 may not actually be their best fit. It's just because they don't know what that committee, or they like, I don't know, I thought I liked the environment. They don't realize they'd be really a lot better in a different committee. So, but I also see the point of like, we have to have a limit at some point. So I would suggest that we may want to have it where there is a threshold. And after that point, we have to start doing some kind of screening to a shorter list. Like maybe it's like no more than however many we can fit in a day. So if it's like 100 or 90 or whatever that number is, and after that point of view, if the number of people applying for this one committee is too high, that we have to start looking at them for either a different committee. And if we don't think there is anything, to actually do a shorter list, because it has to be manageable for just the mental stability of council. After 8 hours of doing 50-minute interviews, it becomes quite exhausting. So that's all I thought. Shelley.
Yes, Marta, I have another question. Say a person, you know how a lot of times people put first choice and second choice, and so they've got their resume and, you know, a lot of the qualifications fit in one, but don't fit in the other. How are you going to decipher? Are they going to get an interview for both of those? Or have you considered, you know, only having people apply for one committee?
Did not consider limiting people to just apply to one committee. And so essentially the way it would work is if they had applied for their 1 and 2 and they don't have the like preferred skills from the bylaw, we would not screen them out. As long as they're St. Albert residents and not City of St. Albert employees, they would get scheduled an interview, and then the interview panel would be responsible for ranking that applicant along with all of the other ones.
Okay, so say you're not interviewing for like CSAC and you're doing arts and police or something like that, and then that person essentially is getting interviews for 2 different committees. How are you sorting that out at that point in time?
Happen already?
Yeah, it already happens. Like we run into it all the time. And so what we do is we try to put everybody in their first place. And if we can't, then we put them in their second place. But at the end of the day, ultimately, it's council's decision as to what committee they want to put the individuals on. But it's always a struggle. We always have a struggle with that. But that's ongoing.
Right, but would you decipher prior that they don't have the qualifications for their second choice or whatever, and that would be apparent to us, or would that not be sorted out?
If it's to do with the committees that we would do a matrix on, yes, we would have to sort that out.
Yeah, so it would be apparent to you if we implemented these new changes, Councillor Bermansky, it would be apparent on the face of the application that you receive that they are being scheduled for an interview, but the ADAC bylaw says we're looking for these sorts of people, and they happen to have this kind of background that is going to be helpful to the committee, or they happen not to have it, but they will still be scheduled for an interview. And we will try our best to make that more apparent to the interview panel when you receive your package before you do your interviews.
Okay, so they would be approved for 2 interviews essentially then?
No, they would probably be just scheduled for their first choice. And if that was too full, we would schedule them for their second choice. I think that's the process we use right now, and we're not suggesting to change that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I've got an easy question, I hope. Is there either an opportunity to or any barrier to limiting applications? So like resume, letter of interest to a certain number of pages? Wes will remember one.
Yes, we can do that. We can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Is that like I can make a motion to ask for that, or
We can implement that on the administrative side. We would just, like that, we would just limit the document size and say 2-page max for a resume or something similar on the application. Yeah.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it will still,
They'll throw in 100 pages.
Yeah, yeah, that was a funny one. Any more questions? Pretty happy with the recommendations? You want to make a motion on that?
Just one more.
One more question?
Yeah, just like, I really think that if we can make that application where we ask them like, what are your skills? Why are you applying? Like do a bit more of a thorough questionnaire up front, then the resume becomes almost like an add-on, but not necessary. And that would really help us with just the evaluation procedures, is let them talk in their own words as to why they think that they would be there. And I also had say something like, beyond giving back to your community, why do you want to be in here? Because that's often the question we get is, I want to give back to the community. I get that, but what drew you to this committee as opposed to just, give back to the community? So I understand that's probably one of the motivations, but what would be there? So anyway, I just think that if we were to actually do like a series of like 5 or 6 questions they had to answer online, that would be hugely helpful as opposed to trying to figure it out with that resume and having them still send us 4 pages about their personal work history. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
That administration implement the recommended recruitment and onboarding process improvements for council committee appointments as outlined in AR 24-208, beginning during the fall 2024 intake. And 2, that administration update the relevant council committee bylaws as outlined in AR 24-208 and present them to council for approval by Q4 2024.
Any comments?
Great job. I'd also like to recognize Cheryl and Grace and Renee for facilitating these big, long meetings that we all go through every year, once a year. They've done a great job, and I think hopefully this will make it cleaner and easier and for the support staff as well as for council to review. And again, I'd just like to echo that we, the city of St. Albert, are in a somewhat envious position that we have more volunteers than wanting to sign up, and we have positions available, and that is a testament again to the great community that we live in, and we should all be very, very happy about that. This will be a great changes.
Anyone else? All I'll add is I need to recognize my 6 counselors, because you guys do a lot of this work. It's a full day. And that's probably the best part about me and Mayor is I get to sit back and let you guys do it. After my disc profile, you could understand why this does not appeal to me. The interviews. And I'm glad to hear Shelley really does enjoy it, but it's so much work on that Saturday, and it's exhausting, and you guys deserve a lot of credit. That's why I took a picture of you and tweeted it out last year. So anyway, I have no problems with the changes. So call for the vote. Does you have anything further, Mike?
No.
Okay, call for the vote. Great, that passes unanimously. Okay. Councillor Killick's been waiting for this one forever. Election signage bylaw.
Wait for
Marty, you're presenting this one too?
I'm going to present this one, and Mr. Schick and Mr. Schatz are here to answer any questions that we may have about the proposed changes, but I'll just quickly do the introduction here. Okay. So just as a reminder, back in September of 2023, Council directed administration to come to Standing Committee of the Whole with proposed amendments to our existing bylaws that regulate election signs, informed by any applicable jurisprudence as well as best practices in other municipalities. And this is regarding size, placement, and spacing of election signs with the intent of achieving greater public safety and also reducing the environmental impact. And we were also directed to make sure that we have wording about spacing between signs on roadways for the same candidate or same referendum question, and also about clearly specified distance from the curb for placement of signs. So this is kind of the working group right here. So when we met and looked at this, motion, we look at our bylaws, and so the two bylaws that regulate election signs in St. Albert are the land use bylaw and the traffic bylaw. As we know, the land use bylaw is coming, the new land use bylaw is coming before council sometime later this year. So we are recommending that we incorporate any election signage related changes to the new land use bylaw when it comes, so we don't have to have a separate public hearing. The changes to the land use bylaw regarding election signage are going to be very minor, so leaving that as is for now and then making changes to the traffic bylaw is not going to be a problem at all. And then we are recommending some changes to the traffic bylaw. But before we go through the changes to the traffic bylaw, I just wanted to quickly provide some information about what other cities do in terms of distance between signs for the same candidate or same referendum question and distance from a curb, so that we can see where we fall with our recommendations. Calgary has a distance of 20 meters between election signs for the same candidate and 2 meters from a curb. And spoiler alert, this is what we're recommending as well. Edmonton has 20 meters between the same candidate signs and 3 meters from a curb. Strathcona County has 15 meters between signs for the same candidate or same side of a referendum question and 1 meter from a curb. Stony Plain has 20 meters between election signs, and Spruce Grove has 15 meters between the same signs for a candidate and 3 meters from a curb. So as I alluded to, we are recommending that we have spacing of 20 meters between election signs for the same candidate or the same question on a referendum question, and 2 meters from a curb added to our traffic bylaw. We are also recommending that we remove the distinction between municipal and school and provincial and federal elections. So we're proposing to change one of the schedules in the traffic bylaw that makes a distinction between them, so that we no longer will make that distinction. It's not properly in the law to make a distinction, so we're recommending that's taken out. And also we are recommending 2 other updates to the traffic bylaw that are not related to elections. They're administratively recommended. We're recommending that we update one of the schedules. There's a missing road segment, so we're going to add it. And there's also in the schedule with fine amounts, there's an incorrect reference to one of the sections. So we're proposing that we also amend that at this time. That is the entire presentation. Those are my notes. Mr. Schick and Ms. Schatz are here, and I'm here. We can answer any questions you may have.
All right, go ahead.
2 meters from the curb, does that put you right in the middle of the concrete sidewalk?
Yep.
No, there's about 2.5 meters on the boulevard, so it should be just on the edge of the back, front.
I'm just saying down through. And 2 meters. Minimum 2 meters. There's not 2 meters between the curb and the sidewalk.
You just said 1.5.
2.5, sorry, 2.5 should be the boulevard space.
Oh, okay.
The back of
From
the
the
curb
back
to
of the
the
walk.
front of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's 2.5 meters there.
Now, there may be, I mean, again, I can't like to say that across the city, across the board, there might be slight deviations along some road segments, but it should be achievable. The majority of the network.
You're the expert.
Speaking of the sidewalk, maybe.
Only on the boulevard.
I wouldn't fit on the boulevard lengthwise like that. I'm not 6 feet. Like I do, like. I've stared at a lot of boulevards in my day, and.
You just laid across.
Well, I've looked at them. I've stared at, and I don't think that they're 6 feet or 8 feet across. Like I'm trying to, like.
But it's you said it's
2.5.
Standards is 2.5.
It's the engineering standard.
Is standard.
Okay. Maybe it's that on the major roads. Is that what you're thinking? Like obviously
On
the side.
On arterials, yeah, sorry, that's good clarification on arterial.
On the arterials, so where it would be applicable.
Yeah, not on.
Not on your boulevard.
Could have stated that right away too.
Okay.
Okay, oh, are you done? Done with questions? Okay, Ken.
This election probably be a conflict between our election and federal
I
election.
heard it's gonna be same week.
It's the same week, potentially. How does, for the benefit of us, just to refresh, I think you referred to it, but it just also for the public. So are we allowed to mandate where a federal candidate or a provincial candidate places their sign? versus us.
The traffic bylaw?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
they have to follow, so
Reckon,
candidates have to follow the same rules as municipal.
that's correct. So we are recommending that we remove any distinction between them. An election is an election and there shouldn't be, election signs should have the same treatment regardless of the type of election that it is. And yes, we have always, I can think of situations where we've asked federal candidates to move their signs because they're in contravention of our traffic bylaw in the past and they just comply. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Questions?
No.
Oh, okay, you're good.
I have a question.
Councillor Jolly, and then I'll go to you.
Thank you. I'd like to remove that 2 meter from the curb. I think it's just going to confuse people. So just to throw it out there, kind of Marta, whatever you need for me to propose that, I can do that. And then I have a question. So referendum questions, would that be the same as ballot questions for this context? Like does the definition cover that?
Want to answer that?
The definition the definition of election signage actually is within the land use bylaw. And we can look into, we're wanting to revise that definition as part of that, and keep it broader. So we can definitely keep that into consideration. And that was the intention, is to keep when we're doing the updates to the land use bylaw, to make the election sign definition broader.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, just for context, I'm thinking about in 2017, there were signs about the ballot question about the pool, library, ICE, but those were not referendums. So kind of that's the example that came to mind. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, you were next, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just thinking again about everywhere we can put those signs. And so Giroux, Stearns and Churchill, there's no way there's 8 feet between the curb and the sidewalk. So I'm
sorry, Giroux and
Stearns and Churchill.
But those are arterial.
But those are on the allowed election things, and there's not 8 feet there for a large part of it. So in some cases, there's like a 1.5 feet, but the standard, like I'm thinking like in front of Sam, this, like that kind of thing. The sidewalk isn't that, so it's not, I don't know if it's considered material at that point or not, but those ones are not. Giroux is not that as well. I think that's why Wes was thinking about, because he drives by there all the time. So I'm trying to fix, because in that case, you would be in the middle of the sidewalk, which means that to be technically okay, you'd have to be on the other side of the sidewalk. So I can see San Ever Trail, I can see some of them, but other ones, it isn't that situation. So it's not consistently that, where we can put the election signs now versus where the 2 meters would actually be applicable with the sidewalk.
Sorry, but it's for clarity, if it's a minimum, then there's nothing, typically there's a good distance between property line and the back of walk as well. So there is nothing necessarily limiting someone from putting it on the back of the walk, like to your point. It doesn't have to be directly, in fact, it would open the space then between the front walk in those areas where space could be limited, to put them on the back walk. They're still visible and
Right, so for all those streets though, we'd have to put on the other side of the sidewalk to be compliant.
on the backside. If it's, within the bylaw and if it's not achievable on this, in the space, then it would be in violation of the bylaw unless they went on the back,
Yeah, it's other side,
the other side of the same.
The other thing, I don't know how we'd handle this, but putting this, my concern, one of the concerns is elections can be pretty dirty and messy. Like people attack signs constantly. They're constantly taking them down, throwing them around. When you are running for election, just sign maintenance is something that people don't realize how much time is spent just trying to keep your signs actually upright. So if someone were to actually start moving someone else's signs to less than 20 meters, like, how does that happen? Like, then what? Because we could be playing a large game here if things are like, you put them down there, you think they're on 20 meters apart, and then the people start moving in closer. So then
that could happen in anything. We already have rules of it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, so the intent was to really be cognizant from an environmental perspective without restricting the freedom of expression during time. So we kind of felt this was an okay balance, 20 meters, but to your question about, if we see and somebody moves it, we would just call up that candidate and say, you have to move your sign. I mean, to be in compliance with their bylaw. We won't be issuing fines. Like the enforcement of it is just to contact them and make sure they're in compliance and they move them.
I think the distance from the curb is remaining the same as before, correct? Like from the intersections?
Yes, no change, yeah, no change.
Any more questions? Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. If it's, I'm reading alternative 2, what would be the distances if alternative 2 is used, please? Just to confirm.
Just going into the report, just to see what alternative 2 says. Oh, so that would be that we would not add any rules about distances between election signs. So we would just amend the traffic bylaw to include the changes that administration recommended that were non-election sign related. So there would be no changes made regarding election signs.
Okay, and why was the 20 chosen or I guess recommended by administration versus the 15 that other municipalities use?
Did you want to answer that, Bethany?
Sure. I think when we looked at okay, so there's, I think 5 and, 3 were 20 and 2 were 15. So there wasn't, I think that was potentially some of the discussion points that council had when it was originally brought forward. The motion was really originally brought forward. So that's the number we went with. I don't think if council was wanting to do the 15, I don't think that there'd be any reason to not do 15.
Okay, and my last question is, how's it affect, like we're saying we're doing this for environmental reasons, like people will essentially have the number of signs they have and where they put them, how they spread them out. I don't think it's going to change what number of signs are, still in the environment, so to speak. So can you confirm what you're meaning by environmental impact?
So because right now someone can just take all their signs and have them all next to each other without restriction, so they could have theoretically a lot more signs. This would restrict the number of signs they can place on any given roadway. So the thinking from an environmental perspective is that there would be less of them.
I would see that people would have signs according to their budget. I wouldn't think that people would just have a bunch more signs, but that's my opinion on it.
Bigger budgets.
Bigger.
More money.
And I mean, it's not always necessarily effective to have them all together anyhow. So, okay, I have no more questions.
Okay. Yes, Adrian.
Just
question?
Just for clarification, there was a question about the kind of widths between back of curb and sidewalk. And just while you guys were talking, we were kind of measuring St. Vital, McKinney, Drew, St. Albert Trail, Boudreaux Road, and they all look like they're ballpark. The shortest one was, I think, 2.1 meters, and the best one was 2.9. Yeah, something like that. So on those arterials, there's generally enough room. And then if you actually look at the property lines behind the sidewalk, there's room there as well. So I can.
So where do you measure?
From the back of, I'm measuring from the back of the curb to the sidewalk.
What if your sign is this big?
There's limits on your sign.
Oh, yeah, but
Well,
are you measuring from where the stake is or
Oh,
from
yeah,
the edge of
5 inches.
from the edge of the sign?
Typically in the traffic bylaw, it's referencing the edge of sign. I don't know if it's specific. I don't think the specific measurement is identified in the reference point, but it's typically to the edge of sign, like when we have regulatory signs for standards.
Which edge? Far edge or the
Closest edge.
So if your typical size is 16 by 24, so that's.
So they would have to be parallel to the road, not perpendicular.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Right, so basically you couldn't put them there, is what it's because if you're
Right.
measuring from the closest size, none of them will be compliant.
Or they'd be on the backside.
Or you have to put it inside the sidewalk.
Just know what's gonna happen. People are gonna walk down between the curb and the sidewalk, plug them in and keep walking. So unless you have an enforcement nightmare, why don't you just say between the curb and the sidewalk?
take away the measurement.
Take the risks of the measurement.
Is there a traffic safety perspective for keeping them right off the curb?
I mean, we don't want anything, blocking or hindering any kind of movement, right? The biggest safety concern would be any visibility impairment at intersections, and that's been addressed in a separate section. So, the relevance of the distance is largely just to make sure it's not close to the roadway. They're just going to get tagged or snipped if there's a larger load or overhang or anything like that. Same thing, impact on the sidewalk.
So wouldn't it just be that if we did 1 meter, it would be it, because these things are closer to the cross. So if we changed it to 1 meter, it would give you the clearance, and it just means put it closer to the sidewalk than the curb. That would also make it a lot easier to accomplish. But we need to do a motion to change that from 2 to 1, right?
And Councillor Hughes, I'm gonna propose just getting rid of it, so.
Okay.
Is it correct? Is it currently in our?
No, there's no.
There's no. Yeah. Good.
Okay, any more questions?
Proposal.
We do.
We can have a parallel.
Replace signs.
Okay, yeah. Okay, what's the motion?
Think,
Sorry. So we're not gonna do give 3 readings because we need to make separate motions now.
so if there's
Proposing.
changes to the bylaw, first we should do those, see if they pass,
Yeah.
and then
Recommend the whole thing to council.
recommend the whole thing to council. So I'm just quickly, because we had drafted a motion to change the distance from the curb from 2 meters to 1 meter. I think if I'm understanding correctly, Councillor Jolly, you would just like to remove.
She said that first.
Okay, yeah. Where there's to remove the requirement for minimum distance from the curb.
And that's what it is, right, or has been in the past. There's no distance from the curb that we have now.
Let's remove that section of the additional. Okay, Shelley, you have a question?
I do. If we just go with alternative 2, is it not encompassing what Councillor
No.
John wants to do?
No.
There's 2 changes. There's the distance between the signs and the distance from the curb. And you're just proposing taking away the distance from the curb, right, Natalie? Okay. Marta's quickly drafting something here.
Thank you.
Just read it to us.
So I just, yeah, we just have it up there.
I'll accept it. Go ahead, Councillor Jolie.
Yeah, so when I was thinking about this, I thought, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And I have no idea. As far as I know, this has never been an issue. I've never heard anyone complain about it. I've never heard anyone have concerns about it. I've heard lots about the distance between signs. So, when I think about how confused we are in this room, debating, how many Sheenas can lie on a boulevard, I can just imagine how confused a new group of candidates would be putting up signs. I don't want it to be a confusing process. It's not a problem in the past. I don't foresee it being a problem in the future. So, I'm very much in favor of, keep it simple, silly is kind of one of my mottos. So I'd like to see that in here as well.
Anyone else on this motion?
Are we in question or?
We're debate.
Debate, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had enough questions. Go ahead, Mike.
Good, thanks. Well, when I originally proposed having this, and it was driven by several things. Number one, it was driven by safety. Then residents had mentioned to me that signs that were put right close to the curb, they were impeding sightlines. They were candidates were stepping out into traffic to put those signs right close to the curb, creating a danger for those volunteers that were supporting candidates. The signs were blown down by just high rate of speed of traffic going by, or maybe somebody somehow had an overhanging vehicle, when they were too close to the curb. And I think that what I personally saw many times, where candidates were respectful of staying away from the curb initially. And then as the space kind of filled up, it was like, oh, well, this guy put his over here. I'm going to put mine right close to the curb. So then everything started to move closer and closer to the curb. And again, it was driven very much by not only placement, people placing them there from a safety issue, no standards, so it became kind of a free for all, and then just became a kind of an unsightly mess and danger, I think, for driving as people were, looking at all these signs right close to the curb. So when I did personally, before I brought the motion forward, I did a lot of research for other municipalities, and they had other clear criteria for it. So it seemed to me logical that we could, if it worked in other municipalities, it could work here. And just for those reasons alone. And I think it also, by having a standard stated, it gets rid of, what I shouldn't say get rid of, but it gives everybody the same rules to follow. We stop that kind of, I'm going to be polite and put it in the middle of the curve. Somebody else is going to go, oh, I'm going to block your sign by putting it right on the edge, because there is no standard. So by having 2 meters stated, again, it follows what's done in other municipalities, and it stopped that kind of just sheer encroachment getting closer and closer and closer. So for those reasons, I like the fact that we've come up with 2 meters. We've heard that in most cases we have the space on the arterial road boulevards, which are the listed roads, where we can put signs in any case, that we have the space. So it kind of levels the playing field, gives a clear distance. We have to measure, if you will, and I personally did. I took a tape measure and made sure I was 5 meters back from a fire hydrant. I made sure I was, X number of meters back from an intersection. And I think this is super easy just to say, hey, everybody's 2 meters back from the curb. So it's just we're adding clarity, and one more very simple measurement to a bylaw where we already have a number of other measurements already in it. So I don't see this as onerous. And in fact, I see it as beneficial to everybody that would be running by setting a common, clear standard for placement away from the curb.
Anyone else? I would, I'm going to oppose this, Councillor Jelly, because I'd rather see 2. But if not 2, then I'd rather see 1.5 or 1. I have seen signs laying in the road because they follow, and it's a safety thing and a line of sight for me. So, Councillor Bermansky?
Just the only comment I had is with the 2 meters, we're essentially in a lot of cases has been determined it's not in the boulevard anymore, it's on the grass. And a lot of the roads have, quite a steep hill on the other side of the sidewalk too. So a lot of the signs that are placed up there often blow around, they're in sideways. They don't particularly look attractive as well. And I think it just, for volunteers, it makes it tougher climbing up those hills too. So 1 meter is kind of a nice balance, and I will support this.
Anyone else?
Well, I have to say it. Been here since 2010. I've never heard of this problem about distance from the curb before. So anyway.
All right.
It's what it is.
Anything to oh, no. Natalie, anything to post?
As someone who would love to see election signs banned from all public places, it's an interesting conversation. So I look forward to seeing the results.
Call for the vote. So that is carried with Councillor Killick, and I oppose. All right, we still have the distance between signs, any changes to that? Seeing none. Now the motion would look like the standing committee of the whole recommend to council that bylaw 1524 be given 3 readings as amended. Does that work? Okay. All right, who wants to make that one? Mike?
Yeah,
Okay.
the standing committee of the whole recommended council that bylaw 15/2024 be given 3 readings.
Number
As
2 as
amended.
well. You can do number 2 as well.
And number 2, that administration align the new land use bylaw with the amendments for election signage outlined in bylaw 15/2024.
All right, anything else? No, you wanna, look, you can debate.
No, I'm just gonna say I'm glad that that missing segment of Drew Road is captured. After that got missed.
Do elections. Okay, call for the vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay. We on to council space. Workspace, and that is on page.
71.
Thank you, 71.
First, video thunderstorm at 3 p.m. Washington's just so.
Yeah. Okay, who's doing this one?
So I've got a couple introductory comments, it'll be Tim and Ryan.
Okay. Oh, they're there. Go ahead, Bill.
Thanks very much, your worship. I'll just offer a couple of introductory remarks that obviously you've all read through the AR and have seen the broad scope of things. So 2 distinct components to this. One is the potential for administrative support. So that will be Director of HR, Ryan Stovall is the key point of contact on that. And then we've got Tim and Carson down to look specifically at the infrastructure component as it relates to workspace. You will have seen that the 3 broad options that are put in there. I would say to you that options 1, 2, and 3, there's 1.1 through 1.10 and variations in between on all 3 of those. So I only say that, you know, to sort of what your appetite's going through this. There's probably a million and different ways to skin this, but broadly, that's serving to guide the discussion and ultimately determine what council's preferred course of action or appetite is. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to, I guess, whoever started. Tim?
Good afternoon, Tim Saunders, Director of Public Operations, and I'm joined by Carson Zweers, Senior Project Manager with our Capital Projects Office. So we're here today to follow up on 2 recommended motions. To provide 2 recommended motions. The first being that administrative proceeds with option X in the development of a capital charter to provide members of council with office space in support of CM 2317.
That's not Roman numeral 10. No.
So there are numerous options that we're looking for direction, and we will develop a motion as we proceed. The second being that administration develop an unfunded operating business case for a 1.0 full-time equivalent administrative assistant, a council administrative support position for council consideration as part of the 2025 operating budget. This is in response to 2 motions that were passed in 2023. The first being that after the municipal election in 2025, councillors will be deemed full-time. And the second being that a evaluation of office space and budget for comparable administrative assistant support to what exists in similar Alberta mid-sized municipalities for the 6 full-time councillors that will be on board after municipal election 2025. And this business case be prepared and presented to standing committee of the whole this year. So this is just a table we've got currently. We've got 1 mayor and 6 councillors that are part-time, and the administrative support is currently 1 executive assistant and 1 administrative assistant for 2 full-time equivalents. The post-2025 election is going to see the councillors move to full-time. And an evaluation of comparable administrations was completed of population 100,000, and there is additional support. Administration's taken a conservative approach and the recommendation of adding the 1 administrative assistant position at this time and evaluating what that looks like in the short term. Moving on to the office, we grouped the alternatives into 3 major themes. 1 is using existing city-owned space. Second being non-city owned space by way of a lease, and the third being utilization and development of home office spaces. You have been, there is layouts of the option one, which is the renovation within St. Albert Place. That alternative has many different shapes and sizes that is available. We presented the one that was deemed most efficient with the existing space. What that does is it will merge existing staff with the full-time staff in an area for full efficiency. Centrally located within St. Albert Place, close to council chambers, provides for individual space for each councillor to meet privately with residents without concerns for office availability or boardroom availability. Provides for individual kitchen space for council and city staff, designated boardroom for councillors administration. And this alternative provides or requires a one-time upfront construction cost with no added operating or incremental lease costs. So it'll be a one-time capital cost for the renovations and improvements, and then everything else will be status quo within the existing operation of St. Albert Place. Now, on the negative side, it does have the largest initial cost. There is a table that you'll see in the presentation in a couple of slides, and it will require the relocation temporarily of existing staff that is using that areas for the construction duration. Option two is looking at leased office space in downtown area. Downtown area is selected obviously for proximity to St. Albert Place and council chambers. Does have a lower initial cost than option one, and that is related to the initial office setup and getting it set up for the councillors. It does centralize councillors close to the downtown core, and it does provide for the flexibility of moving locations should council choose, as we would only be limited to the existing leasing agreement for whatever location was selected. And as a positive, it is no disruption to the existing staff within the third floor mayor's office. Now, negative, obviously, it does not put council and executive leadership in the same location as option one did. It's not directly located in St. Albert Place. And we don't know what the leasing arrangements will be at this time. We go with our best estimates based on current known conditions. And there would be operating and ongoing lease costs, and lowest total cost, or leading to an expected highest total cost of that option. Third one provided for consideration is the lowest cost, which is provide for a home office setup for each of the full-time councillors. And it does allow for future cost savings to implement a different plan in the future. Really no change. It does not provide a centralized space or a public space to meet with residents. The support staff will not be located at that location, and there is no designating meeting space to meet outside of council chambers. This table presents the construction costs, the technology costs, and there's the first line as a subtotal for total initial costs for an option one at $500,000 estimated, option two at $123,750 to $153, and option three from the lowest cost. And we've provided for consideration a outlook into the future based on leasing rates and how this total cost of the options will present themselves. With that, I will turn it over for questions.
If I could offer a couple of comments, maybe just, and please feel free to jump in. But, you know, so as kind of we look at this, I think I would offer that the calculus of what a workday looks like is not factored into this. I mean, council, you know, as the argument was made, considered full-time now. And so you have an irregular workday at times. At the end of the day, that's not factored into these two things. It's really about provision of support space holistically that's leveraged as you see leveraging it. You know, as I noted, there are 1,000,001 other options. I can use an example, option two for lease space. You could take over the existing footprint as an example on the third floor. Executive leadership moves out, and the trickle down effect is somebody else goes somewhere to lease space as opposed to council. So there's ways to do it, but I would submit to you that space is at a premium across city-owned infrastructure. This is a very deliberate work that's going on in terms of our space planning. And as the city sort of adapts and evolves, obviously, having somewhere to put everybody is a significant concern. And so, not related specifically to this discussion, but more holistically, we don't have an elegant empty spot, I guess I would offer to you, which is why I think the team's gone through all these options, right, to enable the conversation. So perhaps I'll stop there and open it up.
Question on the proposed renovations that are underway right now. Council would not be losing their ability to access the executive boardroom outside of the mayor's office if that space will still exist in going forward.
There would be a new relocated boardroom for council use only, and then executive leadership would have their own individual boardroom as well. So there'd be two boardrooms in that space. You would lose the ability to use that during the construction work though, however. So we'd have to, in the interim, find a place for it to happen. But at the conclusion of the renovation, council would have one boardroom specifically for them, and executive leadership would have their own as well.
So that would apply if we had home-based offices. So that's.
Oh, sorry, if you kept the home-based office, you would retain the executive boardroom as it stands today, where it's used by executive leadership. And council.
That's more
correct. Yes, sorry.
Clear with my question. And likewise, we would still retain the ability to use the meeting space behind council chambers.
That's
so,
correct. Yes.
Those aren't being changed.
No.
Okay, perfect.
How about you, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, aren't we already doing option 3? Am I misunderstanding?
Not paying as much for
Yeah, option 3 is some additional funds to essentially additionally professionalize your space, given that it's your primary home for full-time employment. Primary office, sorry.
But you'll still provide a laptop.
Okay.
That's not part of the $1,000.
Okay. I would just throw it out there to council. I have like zero appetite for kind of investing in offices and things like that. I think we've all learned that remote work is fine as long as, we have space to meet people when we need to. So I just throw that out there.
Councillor Romansky.
Thanks, Councillor Jolly. I'm confused because I thought it was your motion to get the office space, but anyhow, I have questions here. And for the admin on the budget of 2025, would that just be for like essentially the last month of 2025? Or are you considering hiring an admin person, 11 months prior to election?
We'd write the business case, Councillor, for your consideration. We give you the costing options on it. I think we want it so that it would be in place or shortly after in place for council, if again you guys supported the business case for it.
Okay. And then in the new agreement for the next council, the internet and phone is removed from that group. So there really isn't any support for home offices at that point in time. So this 6,000 would be essentially for chair or whatever you choose it would be for. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the internet and phone is removed, correct?
That was what?
That was a council.
Yeah.
Yes. If I recall correctly, I apologize, but I believe that was the decision made
by council. By council, yeah.
Okay, and then in the option 1 with the space downtown, like why are some offices 47 meters and some 58 and you draw straws for the biggest office, or how does that work out?
But working through our concept options, it was trying to find a balance of retaining, there are limitations to modifications we can make within St. Albert Place being a historical designated facility. So we did our best to optimize spacing in terms of where there's pillars and support beams, window mullions and all that kind of stuff. So we are aware that the 6 offices are in varying sizes, but we did our best to accommodate typical office furniture that would be available to support in those 6 spaces.
Okay, thank you. And then another question, say there's.
For one sec, Councillor Romansky, Ryan, did you have something to add to a previous?
Yeah, if I can just backtrack on Councillor Bermansky's question on expenses. So anything in your option 3 as part of your home office that you incur in expenses on the square footage of the office that you put in there could be claimed as part of your taxes. The city would issue a T2200 to council members, and that would be the expenses that you incur to work as a full-time remote counselor. So just drawing that, if the city's not reimbursing for internet, you'd still claim that as part of your taxes, is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then the last, I think it's my last question, the downtown office space. So say there's 6 offices in there and it's a Sunday and, you know, one counselor wants to go into the office. Are you in that space yourself? Like there's nobody there ever, right?
City Hall.
Sorry, are you talking about leased space?
Yeah,
Council?
a lease space. Like say it's just counselors' offices. There's nobody else that would be situated there, correct?
I think simplistically, that was the analysis was done on. I mean, I guess you could argue you could have, but they wouldn't be there on the weekend. Admin staff anyway. So yes, that's correct. It would be essentially, but it would be subject to the space we found, I guess, in the lease we put together.
So I mean, our schedule is quite irregular. So I mean, that is kind of a strange situation to be going in a building by yourself at certain times as well. So, okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Option 1, the capital, is there an option for maybe instead of 6 small offices for 3 bigger ones that you could share space?
Absolutely. There, like Bill had mentioned, there's a multitude of options. We've really grouped them into 3 themes, presented one alternative that was, you know, seemed to be the most economical and feasible, but there is alternatives that could be requested.
I would add, just to keep in mind though, reducing down to like 3 offices is not really going to be a cost reduction. You're talking about 2, maybe 3 interior walls. That's not really the large cost is for the construction of it. So it is 100% doable.
Furniture would, you'd be some savings there.
Yeah, initial furniture setup and all that, there would be some cost savings, but it's not like proportional, I guess is the best way to put it.
I just went and toured the new Alberta Recycling Management Authority offices, and they don't have offices. They're all open. There's a couple rooms that you just take your laptop and dock it wherever you want. It's awesome. Very open, very collaborative, really nice, high-tech space. It's very open. But you guys should do that.
That could be another option, just hoteling space too.
Sorry, Natalie.
Thank you. I have a question about the admin support. So I don't know if there's anyone here who can remind me. So we had 3 kind of full-time admin people supporting council up until about 2020. Is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, what kind of thought was put into like what other municipalities do, where each councillor kind of has the budget for hiring kind of a casual admin support person, so that kind of their needs could be catered to kind of more specifically. Was that considered?
Ryan, you can talk about maybe the horizon scanning that you did, right? I mean, what we did not really do is look at political staff versus city staff as an example, right? So
chief of staff.
Yes, we didn't examine that sort of option, but go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I would just add that we took a kind of the question we put to our peer municipalities was how many councils do you have? Are you full-time, part-time? How many support those council members administratively? So we kind of got a response back from our peer group, and basically they said larger municipalities that are either more councillors or full-time had more admin support with dedicated space. So we didn't specifically ask the question on council expenses or budget for their own discretion.
Okay, so but did we consider that as an option instead of having them as city staff?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, guys?
I have one
Go ahead.
question. I'm going to put forward for the option 3, but I guess the one thing you said is, you know, if we did move into the offices for the second one, someone else has to move out because there's just no more. There's only so many people you could put into a Volkswagen. So who do we think would be moving out? Because I'm trying to think of which department is currently in City Hall that really would be able to still function at its peak if they weren't in City Hall. Like everybody here seems to need to be somewhat co-located.
We could make it where I don't want to,
Yeah.
there's no specific plan. I won't lie to you, but the truth is we do have a couple of departments that work principally remote, right? I mean, we could work with that particular space as an example. And shift things around. I think, the premise I would go under is that some of the key corporate services ought to be in proximity. Certainly, I believe executive leadership needs to be in proximity to council, and then it would sort of be a trickle down effect from that perspective, and we'd figure it out.
And for the admin, I know we had the 3, as Councilor Jolly mentioned, and then it went down to 2. And I don't want to add a person just to add a person, just because now we're full-time, because again, they said we were full-time now. It's just we're acknowledging it a year and a half from now. Do the current, I don't know, with our current staffing, do we feel we actually need a third full FTE or a half FTE? Or like, because ignoring the whole we're full-time now statement, I feel like our current staff are really like, we're pushing them. There's a lot for them to do that we don't like really realize. Do we actually need that third person?
So Ryan, you can back me up on this, but I sat down and talked to the front office staff, sort of across those supporting EL and ultimately council and the mayor. They felt that they were worried that two additional positions would be too much. And their preference was to sort of work it incrementally and see where it's.
So, but they do feel that with the current workload, an additional FTE would
they believe they're answering the mail unless you tell them otherwise, right? But with the additional full-time component, they were not averse to it. Ryan, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that was the feedback was, yeah. Right now, they believe that they are providing the service that is absolutely required. With that changing dynamic, nobody really knows, which is why we went to one additional.
I'm just trying to figure it work. Like, let's just assume the dynamic, let's just assume things didn't change dramatically, because in my mind, we're doing full-time, we're continuing to do full-time. It's like if you get married, you're dating and then you're married, but really your relationship should be a continuum. So
if this hadn't been raised, we would not be seeking the additional FTE.
Okay.
That's what you're asking.
That's a topic.
Anyone want to make a motion?
I'm going to do option 3.
We can debate it. Let's go.
Sure. We'll see where it lands. Yep. The administration proceeds to option 3 in the development of I need to do a business case, operating business case. Yes. To provide members of council office space in support of CM 2317. We'll do it separately because I don't know where this is going to land.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when I look at just the logistics of what's going on right now, that from a cost perspective, obviously this is the most efficient. I also just look at, would we rather be able to just work from home and handle things as they come in? The fact that we have irregular hours and will continue to have irregular hours makes having come to an office to technically do work actually more cumbersome than to have a home office to be able to handle the irregular hours as they come in. So, if something happens and you happen to take phone calls at night or you happen to meet with people on weekends, it's not because you're working a 9 to 5, your office time. With this job, it's not about how much time you spend in an office. It's just how you handle the workflow as it comes in and how you respond to it. So in my mind, that's one of them. The other thing is that, especially against option 2, is that the admin staff are the most connected between us and the rest of the administration, our support staff. And they need to be in a location where they can easily access the rest of the administration to handle any inquiries, et cetera, and feel connected. The last thing I'd want to do is have 3 admin people in an area that council comes in and out of, but for fairly isolated, as opposed to really connected to the rest of the administration. And when I look at the office space for option 1, those spaces are extremely small. And I appreciate the fact that we just have limited space to accomplish it, but I think I would personally feel claustrophobic being in such a tight area and trying to, even if you were to host people, it would be very cramped. So, and then the idea of sharing an office space with somebody, then it comes to like, are you even going to do that? Or do you just have a desk that you're really never going to use? And considering the amount of real estate that is in need for St. Albert for staff to be able to function, it's difficult to justify taking out all that space for 6 councillors when the reality is that we're working full-time now. We work full-time remotely most of the time, except for when we need to come in. We still have city supports to be able to do the functions of the job when we need to come in and meet with people. We can book off boardrooms and other areas. So we have that full accessibility of being able to do that right now. And next term, if something were to dramatically change, then that council at that time could make the decision that, you know what, actually, we do need additional space than we currently have, and they can worry about it then. But I don't personally foresee us being able to, or necessary to do that. But if we did do option 3, and it's recognized that we have official office space outside, you do have the ability to then again claim your internet and have it officially recognized that this is our home office and we're just going to accommodate you so that you can make it work for you. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? Wes?
Couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Hughes. I think the idea of sort of easing into the idea of being full-time. Option 3 certainly gives us that perspective. And also, I can't imagine option 1 destroying the 3rd floor of the administration. I was trying to visualize what 46 square feet looks like, and I think it's probably 4 of those tables long by 3 wide, maybe 2.5 wide. Anyway, pretty small. And the idea of having an home office and then having hoteling space here in City Hall, I think would work. And then as we get into the idea of full-time, and as the community gets used to the idea and expectations around public councillor space becomes more a stated requirement of our community, then we can make that decision at that time. But I think we ease into this rather than jump in. It's my idea.
Okay, Councillor Jolie?
Thank you. I agree. To Councillor Bermansky's comment, yes, I absolutely think offices would be more professional in terms of kind of having a full-time council, but the practicalities of spending $500,000, $1 million on office space right now is just, I don't know, it's not an option for me. So that's where I'm at.
Anyone else on debate?
Ken? I'll just say I agree in relation to the thought behind the motion. For me, it just comes down to the fact that it's always challenging for me, sitting as a councillor in this current term, to cast ahead and predict what a new council may need or may want. And really, as Councillor Broadhead said, this provides us an ability to actually let the new council make the determination that what works best for them.
I don't know. I probably will support this because, yeah, I've like Councillor Bermansky, I feel like offices would be more professional. And I also think, although it says we work full-time now, I think next term with pay raise, there's going to be an expectation for more work from council. And more accountability to the residents to be available during the day. For meetings, et cetera. So I don't know, I think what you said was maybe they'll figure it out. It's a kind of a difficult transition, but we'll get there. So. Who made the motion again? You, Aileen Nicole, second. Okay, call for the vote. Where did Natalie go? Oh, she's up there. Yeah. She's huge.
There's a big screen, Natalie.
Face on screen. All right, that's unanimous.
She's huge.
So we'll do the second part.
Yes, that's a business case, right? Yeah.
But administration development unfunded operating case for 1.0 FTE admin assistant council administrative supports position for council consideration as part of the 2025 operating budget.
And Mayor, I've just got a, I guess, amendment or different motion that I tossed in.
Okay, so I'll take her motion and you amend it. How about that?
So Marta, I don't know if you see that there, if it's okay. So just that it be amended to say that admin investigate costs for retaining casual or part-time private administrative support for individual members of a full-time council.
Yeah, that's definitely an amendment.
That's a different motion, actually.
Yeah.
You could debate that after. That'd be better.
If this fails, sure.
Okay. Or either way. It's still do it.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's very, okay.
Very good.
Yeah, let's treat them as separate. I already accepted your motion, so let's go with that one first.
Okay. So I'm not married to this motion. If staff feel that they don't need extra help right now, I'm also prepared to say no. But the reason why I'm going to put this forward is that it's unfunded. So I'd like to hear the business case as to why we think that there would be necessary for another FTE and what that person would be doing that cannot currently cover the two staff. So this is really just about, let us know why you would need it for the FTE. If it's necessary, I'm willing to definitely support it, but this is not approval. This is just let us know why you would think so based on what we currently have and the feedback that you've had today. So that's why I'm willing to put it forward.
Anyone else on this? Call for the vote. That carries. Councillor Jolly, do you want to make your motion?
Sure. So that's just that admin investigate costs for retaining casual part-time private administration support for individual members of a full-time council.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Let you have some comments.
So I like this option because it kind of leaves it up to each member of council to decide if they want, someone to manage their inbox who, they want to support them in responding to residents. I think some people would make the choice to use that and some people wouldn't, just like they do in other municipalities. One of my challenges right now in having shared admin support is the volume of emails that I get that 100% if it was dedicated admin support, even just 8 hours a week or something like that, or 5 hours a week, they would know that, hey, you're out of the country, I don't need to send you a meeting request for this time, for example. And I want to see a full-time council be successful. I want to see them using their time to the best of their ability. And one of the best ways to do that is to have administrative support that can really cater to their needs as an individual and to the individual way that they work. I think it's also really valuable to have that relationship that we just really don't have with admin support. Mayor has a great team that she gets to meet with, I think, at least one-on-one on a weekly basis to kind of talk about the plan, talk about what she needs, and it's invaluable. So to have that same ability would really set up another council for success, and would give them choices about kind of how to manage their workload. So that's what this is about. And this is a tool that's used in many municipalities. So this wouldn't be unique to St. Albert at all.
Can you put the motion up? Thanks. Councillor Jolly, is anyone else going to go in on debate?
I'm willing to.
Go ahead.
So at this point, I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I feel like if we need to have additional FTEs, whether it's a 0.25 or a 0.5, it should just be part of official city staff. You hire somebody as part of the staff to support you. The problem of having with this casual and private, I understand this may be done in other places, but I just feel like if we determine that we need to have additional staffing, let's put the additional staffing in place. And as opposed to if we need to have the additional 1 FTE, and then that person also helps split the workload, and perhaps that one could be like 3 and 3 or something like that, where they handle it, some joint and then over, that would also be a way to handle it. But if I get a meeting request when I happen not be in the country, I just respond to it and say, I can't do it. I kind of, with this job, people need to understand, not on council, telling people who are thinking about running, is that you actually don't have days off. You're always on call. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if it's Christmas Eve, someone calls you, I'll answer the phone. So that's just the way it is. But I think if we're gonna get administrative support, we should just have it go through official channels and have it be clear so that there's no making no one think that we're hiring your friends or something like that to be happening. We don't have any appearances that it's not going there. And I think that also the needs for council should be consistent. And so as opposed to just having to do that. And it also becomes a bit of a nightmare trying to process these expense claims for private individuals. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mike, then Wes.
Yeah, just briefly, I think one of the key advantages of having administration support or admin support together in co-located is that they get to talk and amongst themselves and say, oh, gee whiz, Counselor Jolly is going to this meeting, or Counselor Broadhead is also going to it. Oh, okay, I don't need to double up, or, you know, who's going to show up to the parade, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's some real benefit to having the admin support together and sharing ideas and who's doing what on what day, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I like the previous motion of investigating whether an additional person is actually needed and when they're needed, and whether it's going to be full-time, half FTE or whatever. So I think there's some advantages to having them co-located, and if we were to have, you know, individuals hired because one person likes one thing, one person likes the other, I think we'd lose some of that synergies and efficiencies. So I wouldn't be supporting this.
Wes?
Well, the reason why I asked to see what was actually being written or voted on, I see this almost as an information request, similar to the other one. What is it going to cost us? What are they going to do? What's the business case? I mean, we're not making a decision this afternoon on which sort of model we'll adopt. I may certainly like the idea of an additional full-time, but it's not a bad idea to investigate what it would look like, or what the option would be to have individual support on a part-time basis. I know that in larger municipalities, each councillor has their own staff, and in some cases, multiple staff. We're certainly not there, but I don't think this is egregious work. I don't imagine it'll be that much, and I'd like to see the answer to the question, quite honestly.
Councillor Bermansky?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jolly, for your intent in this one. I just see it as probably not a need. And the other thing that's a concern for me is we deal with a lot of private information, and our admin team, you know, I mean, they're very exclusive to what every councillor is doing. And again, you know, if you need that backup for an event you have to go to, that's all communicated. And I think that when we don't have an office space, we're working from our home. I'm not sure where that information of a person that's working for you is going. Is it in their home now? Are they, you know, it just seems a little bit, I'm concerned with the information that's not centralized, where administration is controlling everything that comes through the public eye and whatever. And, you know, we're voted in to speak to the public and keep things private, and hiring out other individuals with that information concerns me somewhat, although I do understand your intent perhaps in the future.
Councillor Joy, I don't think we're there yet. I don't think, when you do your closing arguments, you said other municipalities do it. I can only think of like the big cities. And they have budget. They hire their own staff, and it's only for 4 years. And they always struggle with hiring because there's no job security past the next election. And we talked about doing that when with Rayanne and I did years ago. And so it makes sense for them to do it that way, but they have bigger budgets. I think Strathcona has their own, but then Strathcona. I don't even know how to. They got different standards. I was actually going to say, I think they get $1,000 to $1,500 a year for new laptops. They have the biggest budget to support their council. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I just don't think we're there yet. And although Councillor Broadhead said it well, that this is just about doing the work. I don't think we need to ask our staff to do the work when I know we're probably going to not vote and support it, because it's just beyond our capacity to afford at this time. I think our two current staff and maybe a third would be able to manage a 7-person council next term. And you made some comments about managing your inbox. I feel like that's part of your full-time job. I don't even have Melissa or Christina manage my inbox. I do. So when we're full-time next year, you're gonna have time to do that kind of stuff. That's your job. That's what you're elected for. That's what you're getting paid for. So anything. Anyway, I'll let you close.
Sure. Your staff thinks that you should do your inbox less. I'll throw that out there.
I'm
Spend your
doing my
time
best right
talking to
now.
residents. You know, I really appreciate the conversation. Councillor Broadhead, I appreciate the support. And as you know, I'm actually in favor of us voting on ARs or IRs before they go to staff, because I don't want them spending time on something that's not going to go anywhere. So I appreciate that. You know, for people who are going to be sitting here next term, that's not going to be me. You know, I think this is something important just to kind of keep in the back of your head as a possibility. I know it's not something that we've done in St. Albert before, but I tell you, at my day job, we moved from an in-house kind of financial management person to someone part-time external, and it's been outstanding. So I've met them in person, I think twice ever, maybe once ever. It's absolutely not a barrier to doing excellent work. And you know, the privacy kind of piece of that is really, really important. And again, a lot of people kind of have that gig work happening in their lives, and privacy is top of mind. So I would encourage everyone, this is going to fail and that's okay. I'm glad admin is not going through the work, but please keep this in mind for, you know, if we do run into issues in the future where we need a different solution. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Great, call for the vote. So that motion fails with Councillor Jolly and Broadhead in favor.
It's always nice to get this.
I'm back here in 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. What'd you say?
I'm back here in 2 hours.
Really?
He has police.
It always is the same thing. And there's a big storm coming. All right. Last but not least, disc golf.
Just a thunderstorm one.
I know it's so right.
Yeah. No, it's not. If you look to the north and the west. Clouds.
Just gonna go on for a minute.
Pretty.
Okay.
Let's do this, people.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for having us here to talk to you about disc golf today. We are following up disc golf. So we're following up to a direction of council from June of 2023. Amanda, we're not going to do a formal presentation. So Amanda's going to go over some quick bullet points from the AR for your reference, and then thought we could have a disc golf, just discussion about whether you want to proceed with disc golf at Langholm. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Webb.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As Ms. Bloodley said, I don't normally mess up her last name. We're here to share the results of our disc golf assessment project and provide a potential recommendation to council moving forward. Disc golf has been a really successful new addition to St. Albert and our park system. As you know, the Langholm temporary course was installed in 2020 by a resident and upgraded at direction of council in 2021. Since 2020, more than 12,000 rounds have been registered through our third-party UTA staff, and that only represents a portion of disc golf users. We've had no formal complaints outside of the public engagement process related to the operation of the Langholm disc golf course. In addition, we completed the Kingswood Park permanent 18-hole disc golf course in July of 2023. And noting that course is not in place between the months of October and May, depending on weather and snow cover, we have already had 2,640 rounds completed, registered through the third-party app. So we know our usage is really, really quite high. As part of the motion, we did complete a thorough review of all city-owned parks and spaces. So we went back through the same process we went through for Kingswood with the lens of a 9-hole or less beginner level disc golf course, including a heavy consideration towards keeping Len as a potential site. From this very thorough review, we narrowed it down to 3 sites as potential future permanent sites. Those were Dearborn Park, Napoleon Park, and Langholm Park. We did complete public engagement for all 3 sites, primarily online through the city's Cultivate the Conversation platform. Generally speaking, from that, residents were not in support of both Dearborn Park or Napoleon Park as potential sites, with the most common concern being potential conflict with the current off-leash dog use at both those parks. Langholm Park, however, was supported by more than 76% of respondents, with the most common concern about making the site permanent were related to safety. And the most common positive comment that we received was really regarding the positive activation and bringing people to the park that the temporary course has seen. As such, administration is recommending that Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that the Langholm Park disc golf course be made permanent a 4-season course at a cost of no more than $94,000, inclusive of design, construction, and a 30% construction contingency. If approved, work would begin this year pending available capacity and would be anticipated to be completed by summer 2025. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you may have.
All right. Opening it up.
I have a couple.
Go ahead. So, it shouldn't take long to make it go to add that extra permanent stuff in, right?
No, we are, sorry.
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
We're just hedging our bets a little bit with capacity within our team, and we're at a bit of an odd time of year because it does take quite a while to get through the procurement process. So we would try and get it done this year, but concrete is kind of seasonal, and so it would depend on the procurement process and the design process.
No, I'm just thinking, so like, it's not gonna be shut down for a really long period of time, is what I'm saying, like, whatever it is.
No, a matter of 2 to 3 weeks likely.
And we could refer the residents that are using Langholm to go to Kingswood for the interim now that we have a permanent disc golf course there. So I think there'd be a great opportunity for people to use that space.
And golf, the disc golf is 4-season at both sites, like, if people are playing this in the snow?
Just at Langholm, Kingswood is a seasonal course, so it's removed for the Nordic ski season. We would propose that Langholm will be left all year, and yes, they do play in winter. I can probably find some numbers over winter for you quickly if you think.
No, I believe you, it's just,
Just don't play with weight discs.
They're neon for a reason.
Weighted ones, because you could just sink right down.
Okay.
But 4-season for that, that's.
You play in winter, yeah.
That's it.
All right, any more questions?
I'll make the motion.
I just got
Wes?
one.
Sorry.
It is, so I read, a lot of people are fearful of being struck by the flying disc. Has that ever happened? Have we received any complaints of that?
But we haven't had a report of a concern or a complaint of someone getting hit. It's very common, I would say, that disc golf course is kind of aligned to other usages. So it's through good stewardship of signage on the site, website notifications, also educating through our disc golf partners and through residents just to be safe. There's some parameters as well that Amanda can tell you about in terms of how we encourage people to play and how we set up the course just to eliminate some of those incidents from occurring.
Absolutely. So we have had several people who will reach out just concerned about the potential of being hit. Because of course, if you're walking or things, it can be a little bit alarming if people aren't playing appropriately. So we do have etiquette on our website. We would put etiquette on our permanent signage as well as it is at Kingswood. And it's really about learning how to share spaces. But so far, other than my own son hitting me in the back, so far we've had no formal complaints of actual incidents or actual injuries.
And part of that is through design too, not linking holes across trails and such and keeping them into open green space. So that just eliminates those opportunities from happening. Although, as Amanda's son has demonstrated, not everyone can throw straight. So we have to just kind of align that.
Question, accident versus intentional.
The different things.
So we did through the Kingswood course, which we would then apply as learnings to the Langholm course. We'd go through a bit of a redesign process because we have in the interim learned more about appropriate setbacks where there is potential for conflict. So we have a little bit better grasp, I would say, at this point than we did when Langholm was put in about how to maximize safety while knowing it will never be 100% without risk of somebody getting injured by a disc.
Where people get hit by golf balls.
I think another benefit of a slight redesign through this process is we've seen the turf take a little bit of a beating from just the repetitive use. So as part of this will be to put in some tee boxes as well to maintain the integrity of the park and ensure the safety of the space. And so I think it'll allow us, it might be different than Kingswood, but something like it'll give them a tee box to start at that won't be natural turf. So it's just a different opportunity to also look at where we've got the space, make sure we're rehabbing the park to ensure safety of users as well.
Ken?
Are you ready?
Yep.
Any more questions?
Oh, I don't see any hands up.
Okay. The standing committee of the whole recommend the council approve $94,000 to be funded from the capital reserve to convert the temporary golf course at Langholm Park into a permanent disc golf course.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just comments, great questions other than the last one. I think that, you know what, when Langholm first opened up in 2020, I think there was a little bit of concern in relation to conflict that was ongoing between what other users were in the park, particularly soccer and baseball, slow pitch. But as we've shown that it's just grown the sport and it's become extraordinarily popular. And I know from walking regularly through Kingswood that there's not really a lot of conflict that goes on in there, and it's something that's growing in popularity, almost not quite as much as pickleball maybe, but certainly a lot. And I think this will add another benefit to our residents full time. Thanks.
What else?
Yeah. Okay. I'm really glad that we had the motion a year ago to look into doing this. And that because from that motion, we're confident about the location. We can actually apply the learning lessons from the temporary location. And we're also confident that we have the support from the community to actually require 2 courses and see the need for both of them in their capacity. So I'm really happy that this what is moving forward and it wasn't just closed when it was discussed a year ago. That's it.
Anything to close, Kim?
No, nothing to close. Thank you again.
Call for the vote. That's unanimous. More recreation. Any information requests?
I was just gonna make a public service announcement. It was brought up very quickly, just related back. So any of those, if you don't want them, please leave it on your table and we will shred them. If you want to keep it, I would ask that you keep it as confidential. This is not an official document. It was an estimate. We'll come by and pick them up. It's fine.
Great job.
Thank you.
Public service.
Yes.
What? Any IRs or notices of motions? All right, meeting adjourned. At 2:17. 2:30.
Sorry, guys.